That was my sipping coffee. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone, and good evening. Um, it's now 11 o'clock on Wednesday, the day before you know what day, but I just thought I'd kind of like put in there for you. I just want to make one announcement. If you have a chance, let me just push this button. There I go. Now I'm ready. Okay. One of the things I was reading today a little bit with regard to the game. Let me just close this out for a moment. Okay. Oops. Well, now I closed it out. Now I can't see the other window. Okay, that's not good. But anyway, um, it's actually on their server, the Farm Together server too. Um, but the golly gee willikers. If you could just take a few minutes, even if you went to their server, the Farm Together server, because like I said, I think, and I've said it many bazillion times, the devs have done a really, really, really good job with the players and things like that. So what I'd like you to do is, if they have a thing now right now, it's called Farm Together 2, nominate Farm Together 2 to the Sit Back and Relax Steam Award. And, I think they're well deserving of that. So if you could, log into your Steam account. I think there is, because I got it from there, but let me see if the Farm Together, yes, they do. Okay. So the Farm Together people have a, they do have it on their site. So, I mean, basically, I think it would be kind of nice if they got some kind of an award, considering they've been doing this game for a year. And like I said, I think that the devs have been doing a wonderful, wonderful job. So it would be nice if you could log into your Steam account, or like I said, there is a link on the Farm Together um, server. Okay, and all you have to do is just click on it, you're good to go. Okay, so there's that. Um, what is a spoiler? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, what? What new thing? We're going to get an update. Aha. The update brings a few new things and will be the last for a short while. What new things? But don't normally. So we're getting a update, but they're not saying when. Let me take a peek. I don't know, shots or garlic. 4 new crops. Celery? Ooh. So we might get some food. I like that one. Okay. So they're not really being out forthcoming as to what the update's going to be all about. But we will have an update, I guess. I don't know how soon or when. Yeah, I want spoilers. We all want them, right? No. Some of you's like, no, I don't want a spoiler. Don't tell me. But, I mean, I know that they do have, some pretty reasonable. There's probably some kind of thing here that will tell you. La, 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 la. I'm looking. Announcements. Even under announcements, they're not saying anything. Nope. Okay. Farm Together info. Nope. Farm Together chat. I just hate it when they when they say, "Oh, we're gonna do an update," but they don't tell you when. They don't tell you what, and they don't tell you how. They don't tell you anything. But you know what? Okay, I think it's really bold of him to stream the event before it started and doesn't. and dozens of German people ask me why they don't have it yet. I know he could still stream it, but maybe it stops him from doing it since he normally plays online. Huh. So I guess over in Germany, okay, so I guess over in Germany, it's someone is showing spoilers or some of it. I don't know. I think there was like new crops and a cat with bat wings. Um, but I mean, again, I mean, it's I guess it's country by country. Um, I'm looking for I'm looking for whatever I can find, you know, um, on their channel. Nothing. Okay. So, anyways, I'm gonna go back to my farm, and God bless them. Okay. Oops. And I have to click my mouse button so I can go back to what I was trying to do. And last night I left my I left my I was going to say spinach. Oh Lord. I left my lettuce farm open, and I had a few people visit. So like, yeah, I know so, and the reason why I have like the lettuce farm is because if you people need some favor, it's there. Um, but what I might do is I might switch it off, to a different type, to a different type farm. Oh, why am I doing the pigs? Oh no. See, that screws me up. But no, seriously, I I left the lettuce farm open last night because the other day, um, we had some members help set it up, which was awesome. And I do duly appreciate that for sure. But again, I know some of you are like specifically looking for XP, and I'm sure like some of it could be flowers or whatever. But I know that when you're doing a lettuce farm, you're not getting a whole heck of a lot of XP. You're just doing rinse repeat up and down the aisles. But at least you're getting favor and you're getting it quick. You can go back to your farm and use it for whatever you need. Go back, do it again. And I've done that. Like I've I used to go to Base's farm and Nanur's farm. Um, this was just before the lettuce became a big thing to do. But I used to go to like two different farms, sometimes three. It depended. But I used to go to like three different farms and pick it up and go from there. Get my favor because I was doing a lot of stuff. So, and as you can see, because I've been ignoring this farm, I have to play the game of catch up now because um, when I was like doing my factories, for example, like today I did my apples, and for the first time in a long time, it said, "Look at that, 5,000 apples." 3,000 pears, a little bit over 4,000 lemons. I mean, that's pretty bad, So, pretty bad. So now I have to work hard at replenishing this. But today, my other big plan is I definitely have to put my fish farm back up. And and I'm trying to remember the number that I used for my fish farm on the other, but that I got rid of actually. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna set it to like maybe I might do 90. I might do just 99 fish, and just stick with that because it's a constant thing. And then on the other side, I'm gonna do the flowers. So we're doing that. What would be kind of cool is, but I know you can't put it all in one. If like let's say for example you got a lot of things that are prestige to 5 and even 10. is to make a, you know, you change your screen name, Drubix. Drubix Cube. I like it. Drubix Cube. That's pretty cool. But good morning. That's all right. It's all good. But I like the name, Drubix. So, anyways, I think it would be kind of cool, but we're supposed to be getting maybe we're gonna get a Farm Six. Can you imagine that? But not today. We're not getting it today or tomorrow. I don't know. But I briefly read that we will be getting some sort of update kind of thing. So they're gonna give us free stuff. And I think one of them, I think it was like a mention. It might be crops. I don't know. Celery. What would that fall under? You know what? Celery would be something that sounds more like a lettuce category. Because we really don't have much for lettuce, um, other than the trees in lettuce and, you know, a few other little odds and end things. But yeah. Oh gosh, I gotta wait. If you do 36, can you stretch it to 45? Or unless your farm is low, um, I want to give you a heads up though. I don't know how many fish you have of each, but I'm going to stop and show you something here, just really, really, really quick. Uh, Category, no, resource. Let's do resource so you can physically see it. Like, see, the only drawback, 36 is okay. Um, and you could even do 36, 45, okay, one or the other. But just kind of bear in mind that when you don't put up a bunch of fish, you know, the canneries, the fish, don't do it yet. Like I said, I don't know what level your farm is, but I'm going to highly suggest and recommend because these fish here, I kind of call them the low level ones, okay? You only get 9 of this type fish. But then when you work your way up to getting these, you get 15. And then when you work up to these ones here, there's 11. So, and you know, I personally know that when I started doing my fish thing, I would say to Ace, I'm constantly running out of that fish, the low end one. And the reason being, obviously, is because you only have 9 of those type fish. So you might, if you can, if you can, um, hit it up to 45 if you can. If you can't, don't worry about it. Do your 36. Um, because you know, like I don't know if you've opened all your fish or not, but they get pretty pricey when it comes down to like these type here, the koi's. But I know that I did yeah, 30, 36 is good. Just keep it at an even number of like 36. You could do 40. You could do, you know, if you could do like 30, 36. Now, see, you don't have to necessarily, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let me just give you a little something here, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Oh, where can I do this? Okay, I'm going to show you something right here. See, what you can do is, okay, let's say I'm going to start making a fish farm right here, okay? You do not have to, okay, I'm going to do these guys. But see, instead of you doing this, oops, excuse me, instead of you doing the full 9, okay, do this. Do 2. Okay, if you can get what I'm saying. So you can do like 36, 38. Just do it in increments of like the two, so you can do 36, 38, 40, 50 even. 50's good, okay? But you might have to throw a little extra of those low ones in. That's the only drawback. And so you can always go all the way down. And then you work it over. I mean, if you want to not separate them, then don't. Then don't. You're not going to lose a lot of XP by you doing that. Not really. I mean, they say don't let it exceed 36 because, you're not going to get as much XP. Well, the thing is, it's a matter of, I don't know, when you get to increase your fish, and then obviously put more canneries in, yeah, I mean, you're going to eventually work yourself up to, a higher amount. Yeah, the only thing that changes is going to be your XP, and believe you me, you don't get a whole lot. You don't. I mean, you can even look at the fish and see how much XP you get, but you do not lose a lot. You lose a little bit, but you're not going to lose like the amount of fish you get because it's going to remain the same. I mean, you're going to get 36 fish, 36 fish. What they're saying is you're just going to get a little less XP. Thank you. Thank you, Drubix. So, yeah, because I know that on my other farms, yeah, I've made rows of, I think, see, because today I'm going to be doing that fish farm, and I think I'm going to have, I'm not sure if I want to have 200 or not, but you'll see it all set up tomorrow. I'll show it to you when I'm done. Saying, or you can look back because I'm going to set it up today for sure. I mean, because I didn't worry about the XP. All I worried about was having enough canneries for the fish. But then when I first started out, I'm like, oh crap, I only have 9 of those. So I had to work it out where I had to kind of make it equivalent to the 15. And I did. And I'll do it again today. And it's not going to matter how many fish I put down because I don't rely heavily on getting XP from the fish, especially where I have workers doing their thing and, stuff like that. I don't even pay attention to it anymore. And I have seen fish farms that people have the whole map just about loaded with fish. But they're making a lot of money in their canneries. So there you go. Um, just to kind of give you a little heads up, that what it basically means. Well, what it basically means is like if you have 36 of, let's say if you had 40 of one type, 40 of a different type, it's gonna fall onto that particular one fish, and probably the next fish as well. Yeah, but it's not a big. It's not a huge amount of XP you're losing really. And it's not to say it's like I ignore it, but I know that when I've gone to other people's farms and they have, and I forgot to plant those stupid things. Oh, no, no. I can plant them now. Yes, I can. I do have a lot of fish canneries. I do. But I don't worry about the XP. tomato canning machines. That's crazy. I just, it's funny, and I just harvested them. Now they're going, I gotta do 4 of them. Oh, no, I don't. 31. Oh, Lord. Tomatoes. Well, lately we haven't been getting any snow, just rain, which is fine with me. I like the rain. Rain's good. Oh God, look at that! I gotta get. It's funny now because I've got 1, 2 different fish quests, 3, through 2 of them, and I don't have any fish on any one of my farms. Go figure. And like I said, when I was reading, I suspect we are going to get something new. As to when, I have no clue. They might, because I know that when the Christmas event comes, obviously that's going to be in December. So they might let out another, new update. Probably, I don't know, within the next couple of days. We'll see. Let me see something here. Usually, if there's an update, yeah. I have to say, in all honesty, though, they've been so good, these devs. They've been really, really fantastic. Even though I want gnomes, they've been fantastic. I still love them. They're a great bunch of people. They work very hard, and that's what matters. That's what really matters. Is stuff like that. But I think what's going on is, and I don't know because I've seen it happen before, like with these fruit bat trees. I did go on somebody's farm, and I was like helping them out, and all of a sudden I saw this weird looking tree, and I was like, "What is that?" So I went up over to it, and I seen it said fruit bat tree, and I'm like, okay, I've never heard of them things. What are they? And I have to say it in all honesty, if somebody puts something on your farm that's not legit, when I say legit, I mean, let's say, because they did this year for Halloween, um, like somebody actually placed these fruit bat trees on another person's farm, and they were modded. They were modded trees. They weren't legit trees. So, because I asked one of the devs, I said, hey, I just saw these trees. What's the scoop with those? So, I get it when someone out of the kindness of their heart wants to put something on your farm that's, I don't know, that's going to generate you diamonds or something like that. I understand that, but you got to be really careful because especially, they won't be able to do it through your Xbox or PlayStation or anything unless you, you know, do a crossover. Then it'll legit go to like your consoles and stuff like that. But you got to really be careful with that stuff. I can't, because sometimes when you take a mod from a PC and it goes into your, one of your consoles, sometimes it can crash and screw up your game or wipe it out completely. And believe you me, I've seen it happen. um, More than a few years back. And the devs knew about this. Like, there was a group of us that we used to do mods for, like, State of Decay, when it came out. And like we would do like the weapons, and some of them, I mean, hey, they were crazy, insane, but they were fun to play with. Um, and so, and I would tell people because I would give them guns. I mean, no big deal to me. I'd go get some more if I needed. But the one thing I would tell that person is, do not disassemble that gun. Because then you would have a bazillion parts. When I say that, I mean it. Like, we're not talking just one set of 999, we're talking several. So sometimes in their inventory, they would have a crap load of parts because, they may have accidentally disassembled their that gun or whatever. Because I had a friend, and it was so funny. He was telling me what happened, and I said, "Well, dude, you know what?" He says, "How can I get rid of them?" And the parts that he had, I mean, he showed me a screenshot, and I'm like, "Oh my god!" He had a bazillion of them. He goes, "Yeah, I accidentally disassembled one. One weapon, just one. He did it by accident." And I said, "Well, the thing you got to do is, uh, you got to manually stand there and pick up that 999 and dump it somewhere else. That's what you got to do." And he's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Uh-huh. Yep. Sorry." So, yeah. That was the only drawback, when we used to make the weapons and things like that was, when we did give them away, we would forewarn the person and say, "Listen, if you disassemble it, what's going to happen is you will have 999 bazillion parts in your inventory." So, I think those guys come down. Okay, so we're good on the chickens. And I think, okay, now I can do the chickens. Yeah. Chickens and pigs. I love the little polka dotted pigs. That's one of my favorites, is the polka dotted ones. But, um, see, look at that. I don't even have any, I don't even have the flowers down anymore. Well, I have the other ones, but, and I do have, which I'll probably have them out later. I do have the poinsettias, the pink and whites out. But I think I might change those to pink and yellow because the yellow obviously, the gold pays you 1840, and the other one and the pink are 1850 for XP. If you are boosted, if you are not, you're not going to get that. Oh, not bad. I got the sheep and the other ones to do. I got my crops over there. See, and then I got to straighten out my cropland too. But today I'm gonna focus on getting that farmland done that I have on number 4. Only because I want to, I have to finish that, get the fish farm going, and put the flowers on the other side. And it's not fully open, so yeah, the best way is your collaboration. That's the only way is to go to your collaboration hub. Yeah. And I don't use a lot of it on mine. But I mean, depending on your, what you have for favor, like mine is 139 right now. If you're level 750, you get 212 favor. Up, you can get 212 favor. Yeah. It's kind of an odd number, but hey, I'll take it once I hit 750. And, um, The other thing I'll tell you too is that when you're leveling up, I mean, and I totally get it when people want to level up because, let's say for example you're under a level 100. I get it, you know, because you want to get out and you want to level up so you can get that extra favor, which makes a lot of sense to me. So you want to hit up some of these farms that have some things, like the crops and flowers and things like that for XP. But the other little secret too is if you have favored farms, for example, um, that you know that you can get some decent XP, before I would hit up on that person's farm, I usually go boost. I usually boost. And the reason why I usually do that is because I'm going to get some decent favor. That's why I do that, you know. And I get XP as well. Because right now, being that I'm level 456, it's a little, I mean, for the obvious reason, I've seen people zoom up from less than being 100 all the way up to 130, um, to 150 to 200. I've seen people, boost themselves right up to that using favor because they go to a farm, um, and they get the XP. They get a high end XP. As long as you're using boost. If you're not using boost, you're just gonna get the standard XP of whatever, you're doing. But yeah, I mean, if you want to level up, you know, more than, then before you go to any farm, and I would recommend a farm that's like, well, you can hit up on a level 300 farm, but if it says favor on it, be careful because mine does say favor. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean um, that, let's say, for example, my lettuce farm is open. It just says that, I do have a farm that does do that. So when I'm AFK or offline and I leave my farm open, I'm going to leave the lettuce farm open for people to just get favor. And you should get that boost. You should get that collaboration hub pretty easy. Oh, you're level 27. Oh, when are you going to work? Right now? Oh. So what's your favorite now? Like probably, ooh, it's pretty low, huh? You know what? Oh, you're working. Gosh. Okay, you know what I can do is let me know when you can join my farm, and I will take you to the poinsettia farm, and you'll be 100 in no time, easily. Trust me. I know if Dialects was here, Dialects would tell you the same thing. That's how fast I can get you up to level 100 plus. No problem. At least you'd have some decent favor. Because I'll just sit back and harvest my trees and you can do the flowers. And trust you me, you will get really good XP quickly. Good afternoon, Blaze. And how are you doing today, Blaze? Yeah, I noticed you. By the way, you were on the lettuce farm this morning, huh? I was sleeping. Seasonal depression. Aw, sorry. They even say wintertime is a depressing time of the year because there's no. I mean, let's say because you see the sun out, it's I don't know. It just has a different effect. Yep. Well, you can see me keeping busy, right? I'm doing my chickens. I mean, honestly, I am looking forward to spring. I really am. I am looking so forward to spring. And the reason being is because I moved into a new place. And I am so dying to get outside, um, to like put out some flowers and things like that. I am so dying to do that. Like I started to a little bit last year. I put some mums out. I put some mums out when we, like when we first moved in, and supposedly, if they say supposedly if you put them down right and cover them up, they'll be out for next year. So we'll see. And I did all of that. The only two things I brought in my house was my roses and ivy. So, but I mean, I know this, like seasonal, when people get the seasonal blues, that's, it's kind of like a given. Everybody goes through it. Everybody does, including me, I guess. It's like, because it's like, who likes the cold? Well, some people might. That drives me cuckoo. Um, I don't see, well, I don't see women do it as much as the men do, but I don't know what the scoop is here. But why are men wearing shorts in the middle of, okay, we're in fall. Winter is going to be next month here in the United States. But, when it gets cold here, please tell me why you guys are wearing shorts. I just want to know. I don't dare walk up to the guy, hey, you wearing shorts? How come? I don't want to ask that question. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, you shouldn't be wearing shorts. But and I've even seen the girls do it too. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they figure if they wear, they get their body temperature will adapt. Because I do know, for example, of course, I went to yeah, they must be because I don't know. Okay, I was in Texas a few years ago, and of course, it's always hot there, right, all year round, just like Florida. But here's the thing: when I went down to Texas, I did go down there in the fall. Yep, I did, and I mean, I was even down there in the wintertime. But I dressed up just like as if it was summer. You know what I mean? And my brother's like saying to me, it's cold, right? I'm like, no, it's not cold. No. But you see, I think it's because, where I'm up all the time, I was living in Boston, and, New Hampshire's the same. New Hampshire gets even colder. But I think it's because, wherever you're from, so where I came from, the most northern state, and then you got onto a warm southern state, you can go down there in the wintertime, and it's not that cold. Drubix, that's not cold for me. It's really not. Oh man, that's divine. So if I went to Texas and I'm dressing up in like, summery, springy clothes, you'd probably think, okay, there's another fruitcake. Oh God, no, 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 no. I would not be wearing no sweater. No. I love Texas. I loved it. I loved it there. Yeah, it's a beautiful state. And some beautiful people. Beautiful people in that state, I have to say. Um, yeah. I lived. We did it temporarily for a few months. Um, I lived in Waco, and then there was this lovely little town that I moved to. We moved to after that, after Waco, and I can't think of the name of the town. But I had a blast. I had a blast. Oh, and I remember driving going along the highway, and I'm such an adventurous person, right? And it was like the first time I ever seen those ugly birds. I don't, I looked up and I seen them flying around, the vultures. So I said to my brother, I said, hey bro, what if I just, stop the car and get out and lay out on the highway? Do you think they'll? He goes, yes, they will. I was like, oh my god. But when I saw them, I was like, oh my god. I mean, I was just like fascinated seeing them. But yeah, yeah, I loved it in that state. It's a beautiful state. And let me see something. It was Waco and let me see. Um, Belle Mead. That's where I moved to, and I literally was 5 minutes away from a Walmart. Oh my gosh, the big super Walmart, not just the little one. It was huge. Oh, good lord. But yeah, I love Texas. I really did. And there's some God fearing people down there. Some very God fearing people, and very nice people. And the other thing that I saw down there, um, they were like these. God only knows. I remember seeing these huge, huge, gaudy farming machines. I mean, huge. Amen to that, Drubix. Amen to that. Amen. Amen. Amen to that. Yeah. No, but I did. I did. I loved the people down there, and I would go to the churches. One of my good close friends, he happens to be a minister in one of the churches in Arlington. Very nice man. Um, but yeah, I think I mean that's I mean I don't know. It's like and I kind of joked. I said, if I could move anywhere, it would probably be Texas because just the people down there are so wonderful. We're in Arlington, really? Oh Lord, I have to look up Eddie's church. But that's him. His name is Eddie. He's a really nice man. Very nice man. I've known him for my gosh, many years. Yeah, but yeah. And and see you. It might be like a common thing for you, but you know, well, they do it up here, so it's not as bad. But see, when I remember going to like a Walmart, um, I really appreciated the people that work there. They were so nice and so polite, very kindly, and you come to a Boston Walmart, forget about it. You're on your own, kid. You might as well bring yourself a thing that says, "Where is this?" So, but I really think that the people from Texas are really nice, and I can't say enough about them. So, but yeah, and they and the Oh my God. And the farms they have down there. Oh Lord, you know, wow. My brother, we couldn't take her back here to Massachusetts, take her back to Massachusetts at the time. He had and they're beautiful dogs. Um, he had a Great Pyrenees. Yeah, I'd be nice too. But I don't know. I mean, every state has its good and bad. I mean, it does. I have to admit that. But I think the majority of people that I've met, in Texas were wonderful people. Um, and they're very helpful. Very, you know, they help each other out. They do. They help. They support each other. And, if something goes down, yeah, you do. And that's kind of like where I live now in Milton, New Hampshire. It's a very small town. It's got 4,000, a little bit over 4,000 people living here. But I got to tell you, they're very supportive of each other. They help each other, and it is what it is. Yeah. Oh no, no, no! Don't do the sheep, you silly goose. Oh God. But yeah. Oh, and I can't remember the name of those flowers. What are those flowers in Texas? They're blue. I know they're blue, and they're wild. They're like a wildflower. Do you know what flower I'm talking about? Those flowers are beautiful. Yep, that's them. That'd be them. Yep. Oh, I love those flowers. Yeah. See, my brother, I was helping him return back to Boston because he did get sick. And the thing that was kind of funny was he'd been down there for like, I don't know, I'd say 20 something years. And so he was on the type of land he was on had, cows, bulls, horses, you name it. And of course, silly me, and I still save that video of that bull. Oh my gosh. Um, and I know better, okay? But I said to my brother, I goes, "Oh, but he's so cute and adorable." My brother goes, "Yeah, cute and adorable, huh?" He says, "Good." He says, "You want to go over there and pat him?" I'm like, "No, no, I do not want to walk up and pat him." But he was cute and he was adorable. But no, I didn't think he was that cute and adorable that I wanted to walk over and pat him. But I did take some video. I took some videos of him. Oh, yeah. See, I wanted to do that, but he was a big boy. You know what I'm saying? He was huge. It's I mean, some people. You know, I mean, I feel bad because some people. They'll like, what was it, buffalo, bison. It happened out towards Colorado. And, I know not to play. I know not to play. But this man and his family, a few years ago, it was in the news. He decides, and when you see a fence, does that mean you can jump over the fence and take selfies? Oh, I don't mean to laugh, but what he decided to do was with his family, he decided to hop over the fence and go walk up to this 2,000-pound beast to take selfies with his family. You know, he learned really quick that that was not a good thing. I didn't have to learn, I just knew. But I enjoyed my time in Texas. I really did. Texas was really, really nice. Colorado was really nice too. I lived there years ago for a few years or so. I loved that state. It was really pretty. The thing that was pretty about it was, the mountains because, they were just mountains. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I have to re-say this again. What I thought was a mountain really wasn't a mountain. It was a foothill. But then if you go up a little higher, then you're in the mountains. Yeah, I learned that difference real quick too. But see, had I'd had the time to, because some of my friends did move to Texas like last year, so if I had the time and the means of going to Texas to find a place to live, I probably would have done it this year. I probably would be living in Texas right now because I really like it there. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful there. Eddie Worthy, I think that's his last name. Eddie Worthy. I have to look it up. And they got some very old buildings down there too, huh? Drew, some old buildings, like antique old buildings, and they still use them. Look at that! I got all my chicken, black garlic, so I'm good on that. Black garlic is two. Okay, so do I have to really concern myself with wheat and things like that? No. Just as long as I get these animals done, I think it's safe to say I'll do my rabbits too because I have to get them done. Yeah, those are the chickens. Okay, so let's head back up to here. Get me a little gasoline. Oh, that's pretty awesome though, you're from Texas. And all we have left remaining? Oh, I forgot. We gotta do the sheep. Oh my goodness. God bless her. 4 years old. God bless her. That's like my friend George. His grandson was, I think, 4 or 5. Like my niece and nephew. They were playing, and they're quite young. But they love playing this game. Oh, yeah. But that is so cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, again, I think this game is a game for everybody. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what age. I know that there was a gentleman that um, he, I think he had 2 or 3 kids. But, anyways, um, he wanted to figure out a way for his kids to, be able to play separate, and I showed him how. I actually did a little video on it. So that way the kids could have, like, their own farm and, because he had a main farm, of course. But then I had to show him how each kid could have their own little, how they want to dress up their characters and stuff like that. But yeah, yeah, and that's the beauty of this game. It's almost like you can have that one farm, And then, like, your little girl, she can have her own farm and do whatever she wants. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, she can come to my farm anytime she wants, and she can do my cooking. She can make my carrot cake. Because I forget a lot. I bet you, I bet you when she sees the horses and the donkeys and stuff like that, she's gonna love it. And that's what I liked about this game. It is very, very, it's very family orientated. You know, for the young kids, gives them something to do. And if and especially where you're playing with her, that's awesome. That's really awesome. We can level her up pretty fast too. Yay! Oh, congratulations. That is so awesome. Oh, that is really nice. Wow. That's really awesome. That is so awesome. Wow. God bless you. God bless you, Daddy and Mama. Praise be. And you got well, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. You got all girls? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So now you got all girls. Oh, my. Yeah, Daddy, you doomed. Because Daddy, you be spoiling all them little girls. That's hilarious. Oh, goodness. And you realize when they get older, you're going to hear, why you wearing my shirt? Why you wearing my dress? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. We don't. Oh, Lord. Oh, my gosh. Um, I I have three sons. They're older now, so thank God I went through that stage in my life. But I had I had three sons. You know, great group of guys. And I think I was kind of blessed. I felt blessed raising three boys. I really did. Not that I didn't want a daughter. It's just that I felt so blessed because boys I thought were easier. Well, boys I thought were easier to raise than girls. But you know something? When they become teenagers, then the cuteness kind of goes away. So yeah, and they were so competitive between all three of them. They are very competitive. That's really cool though. You're gonna have three girls. Ugh. Though, well, yeah, they. Oh God, are they? Yep. They are. I mean, boys are boys, and that's it. I mean, I used to have to lay the law down and say, "Don't you dare make me no early grandmother, 'cause that ain't happening." Oh Lord. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was tough in a sense of, as they're growing older and they're teenagers. I made sure like they went to school every single day. No, but I made sure they had a lot of respect for women, which they did. I have to give them that. They did. Oh no, I did. Because today I'm sure you know this. Um, the word respect, it's like for a lot of young people that there is no meaning for that. But I raised my kids to have respect for women, as well as themselves. I did. But it's so hilarious because my sons would come back to me and say, "Yeah, well now they got little girls. Isn't it funny? They have little girls, so I have granddaughters. Yay me!" So I did think that was kind of funny. I remember when my youngest um, had a little girl. The first words out of his mouth when he called me to let me know it was a girl. He goes, "Oh, you got your wish, Ma. It's a girl." Well, of course it's a girl. You don't think you're gonna get off that easy. But I did. I had a lot of fun with my boys growing up. I did. I had a lot of fun with them. I did. Because you'd get the, "I'm telling Ma, I'm telling Ma, I'm telling Ma what you did." Yeah. So that was the other thing, I'd always knew what they were doing because they would tell on each other. I don't know if girls do that, but I know the boys did that, you know. And the thing I would always say to my sons is, "Oh, so he's doing that, huh? And what are you doing?" Oh, wow. Yeah, see, um, I have four brothers, and I was the youngest, so I was the only girl. So, yeah. The only thing I had a problem with was, um, especially having four older brothers, Um, I think it was when I started dating. When I started dating. Oh, yeah. I think that was probably the tragic thing in my life was just dating. Go to a movie or something like that. And, my brothers had to make sure that whoever I was dating or going out on a date with, yeah. They made it very clear, if you do anything to my sister, oh God, how embarrassing is that? Wow. Okay, so I got all of that down. Oh, goody, I'm doing all my rabbits. Oh, That is such a strange noise the bunny rabbits make. It really is. So now I've got to just do this little patch of bunny rabbits. Yeah, actually, um, I had a friend. He was like the only boy, and he had 4 or 5 sisters. Yeah. He was the youngest. Poor kid. But honestly, these days, as a parent, it's not easy raising children. It is really not easy, especially when they do get if they get peer pressure, from other kids. It's just not an easy task. It's not. I don't, especially now in this day and age, I honestly don't envy. I honestly, yeah, because I don't know. I think, I guess the best way to say it is kids need to grow up like a kid, you know? Um, yeah, and I think it's up to the parents to determine, what the kids need to know, what they need to learn in life's lessons. They really do. Because, these schools, even if it's your best ones, sometimes just bring things in that you're like, no, I don't want my kid seeing that. I don't want my kid knowing that right now. And if I do, I'll tell them myself. I mean, that's the thing that's kind of like, it, it's like we're going back a long time. Besides, every morning we used to do our pledge of allegiance in school. Yeah, I think besides, like I remember back in the day, for me, it was always saying prayer every day, and they took prayer out of school. Why? Why'd they do that? I mean, and then the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag. I mean, they took all these things out that are important to us. They're important to us. Yeah, I mean, I, but they took it out. You know, and I don't disrespect other religions. I'm far from that. But I think, like, let's say, well, not that I would. It's it's just like I think that if they go to, let's say, a Catholic school, then it is what it is, and you learn to say those prayers. Just like a Baptist, the same thing. Parochial schools, the same thing. Depending on what, and I think if they're saying their prayers, daily morning prayers, and their pledge of allegiance, that it is what it is. I mean, if your child is from whatever country and you're from whatever country and you put your child in a Catholic school, a Protestant school, Baptist, whatever, then it is what it is. We're not going to change it because, oh, that's not my religion. No, 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 no. What it is that is what you want to put your child into. I mean, oh, God. See, that's what makes me cuckoo, right? Will I get my 4? Oh, maybe. Yeah. Ooh, I did. Oh, one more. Come on. Thank you. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't do politics at all because I just don't do them. But when it comes down to seriously, when it comes down to religion, um, and again, I've studied, I learned about different religions, and you know, a lot of them. Um, and the thing is that um, I have, and considering what I went through last year, um, I don't allow anything in this world, in this life, to break my faith. You know, um, and I know, they have these rumors spreading around. You know, about a certain politician being a king. He is not a king. He is not. My king is my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and God. And nothing's going to change that. I mean, nothing's going to change that. No, no. Because I know that, some of my closest friends, like I said, I did have a tragedy last year, twice in the same week, literally. Um, I had my other half die. He had cancer, and once he had that cancer, it went through him, and he died from it. And at the same time, my son died. At 47 years old, he died. And I didn't allow that to break my faith. Absolutely did not. I firmly believe that we're all on a path, and we don't know what it is, but I know that my Lord and Savior knows what it is. I mean, that's my firm belief, and nothing is going to change that. Nothing is going to change my faith. And I know there are people out there that have no faith, they don't believe, and you know what? That's okay too. It's okay. Um, because maybe they, for whatever reason, it's might been from their upbringing, or they just don't believe, and that's perfectly fine with me. But I'm not going to put that person down because you don't believe in the same beliefs as me. Absolutely not. I'm not like that. If you don't believe, you don't believe. Yep. Yep. Because, I mean, one of the silly questions that I did say to a friend of mine way back, well, last year, I said to her, I said, and she said she is a Jehovah's Witness, okay? Um, and we all know about Jehovah's Witnesses, and God bless them because they still keep pushing, getting in there and da da da. It's a religious belief. But here's the thing. One of the things I did say to her was, I said, is God testing my faith? I mean, is he? And she just looked at me. Now, she's a Jehovah Witness. And she looked at me. She goes, no, he's not. Absolutely not. He doesn't do things like that. And I really felt some comfort in that because, it was a matter of me questioning. And I wanted to, and of all people, of course, a Jehovah's Witness, right? And when she said, no, she says, no, he would never, never question your faith like that. No. It's just a test. So, I took it as it is for face value. I did. But I did not, and I had a lot of very dark, dark days and moments. But never once did I fall to the wayside and allow it to take over me. Absolutely not. Mm-mm. I wasn't going to let that happen. I just thought, okay, so, I mean, it's not one of those, it is what it is. It's one of those, it just, I wasn't going to let it break my faith. And it's sometimes, it's sometimes, that's why sometimes people, they um they lose their faith in God. They think that he's not there, but he's there all the time. And I know that people probably curse and say, "Why did you let this happen?" It's not a why. It's it is what it is. It's their path, not yours, because you have a different path. We all do, and I firmly believe that. So, and actually, one of my closest friends, which I found out, I was like, "Wow." She was so supportive. I mean, through everything with me. And it was really strange. We were sitting out there on the front porch, talking, shooting the breeze. And I just kind of, I was thanking her for all that she had done for me. I said, God sent you to me. And she said, "Well, I don't know about that." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "I wished I could believe in God, but I don't believe in him." I said, "Well, why is that?" Now, here was her response. She said, "Well," she said, I was never taught anything about it. She didn't have that upbringing. Um, and she didn't learn anything about God and Jesus. And I understood that, but I still respected what she believed in. She goes, "I really hope," she goes, "someday that I can have the same faith as you." She goes, "Because you do have a very strong faith." I know I do, because what else is there, you know? Um, but I found that interesting because I honestly felt like, and he did, I honestly felt that he placed her in my life to help me get through it. And never once did I say to her, "Do you believe in God?" Or we never talked about godly things. We was just having a passing conversation. And when she said, "I don't believe in God," I'm like, You don't?" She says, "No." She goes, "I don't even know what faith is." I was like, "Oh, okay." But, I mean, it was quite interesting to know that. I mean, I didn't think less of her. I thought she was a wonderful human being. But I also thought, he placed her in my life. He placed a non believer in my life. And I think from that, what I got from that was, from that non believer, was that even non believers can't break my faith. They can't. So, someone's like saying, "You can throw all the mud you want at me, but I don't care." And thank you, Drew. Thank you so much for that. um, See, now I want to finish my corn. What am I get corn, and well, it's actually mainly corn because I do run a little low on the corn, but then I'm going to head over to number 4. Oh, I missed a spot. Look at oh, no, I'm not going back up there. Because I definitely got to get these fish down. Thank God they're low level ones, because oh, let me see. Oh, by the way, in case you're wondering why does this field so big, um, if you've been putting signage down, be aware that you can go all the way up to 36 by 36, and that's what this is. This is a 36 by 36 field. So that's why there's a lot of corn. And I'm going to find that spot that I missed over there. That will drive me crazy. Come on. Come on. I swear to... I'm telling you, it's like my thing moves slower. Here, it's a little spot, so I'll get it. Because, you know, seeing that spot like that will just drive me crazy. Okay, so we're going to go back down here. What do you mean you got your tanks? Your gas tanks? Oh, Lord, you got your gas tanks? By the way, do you know that if you sat there for a few minutes, okay, if you sat here for a few minutes, what I say is like a minute or whatever, let's say, I am the queen of running out of gas. Trust you me. I will tell you something. If, let's say, for example, you're here, okay, and your gas pump's over there, but you got nothing to travel to, do yourself a favor. You know, obviously keep an eye on your gas. Make sure you level up your garage as much as possible. That is a vital thing to have in your game. Because that's what gives you, you know, you can be doing your, you know, crops or whatever you're doing for a longer time. So yes, the priority should definitely be your garage. You know, you can do your warehouse, but the other two things, if and when you start getting more animals, definitely focus on your arts and craft shop and your restaurant, if and when you get those. The reason behind that is because one shop gives you diamonds and the other shop will give you ribbons. But definitely upgrade your garage as much as you can in your warehouse. And even though I have a bunch of tanks, I have been known to run out of gas just because I don't pay attention. Okay, so now I got my potatoes done. Drew, you gotta definitely come to my farm because you know what? If you came to my farm and seeing the difference, you'd be going, oh my goodness. You'll be spoiled. Okay, now I'm gonna collect some favor from these guys. I always collect my favor from them. I mean, it's kind of a thing that I do. Because sometimes I don't go to farms just to get the favor, or I you know, it's like I want to get my stuff done. Yeah, I definitely want you to come to my farm because, you know, let me know when you come. You can bring your daughter. I don't care. And you can see all the horses and the donkeys and things like that. She'll enjoy that. Loosey Goosey. What did you get? Oh, what do you have? Oscar. He's always giving me something. Okay, one more person. Come on. Don't avoid me. Get over here, Dorothy. You know, it's a good thing that she's making those carrot cakes because I'm going to tell you why. There's this one NPC over here that's always asking for the cupcakes, and it drives me out of my mind because my cupcakes are really low. Where the heck are my cupcakes now? Somewhere here. They're probably low. Okay, 60 cupcakes is what I got. And if you get it up to the carrot cakes, those are the only ones I really make. That's it. Okay, so now I'm going to head over to. No, yeah, I'm not. I don't need to press. Did I? No, I don't need to prestige anything. Okay, animals. We already know that that's. I just want to see what tree is ready. Because I have one tree to do. Yeah, you only get 2 stoves per house. So I don't know what, like what the houses you can get, but I do know that, yeah, you get 2 stoves per house, and, yeah, that's about it. 2 stoves. And then you get the piano, you get the sculptor, and the painting, yeah. So, and I think you have to use ribbons or something like that for the houses. Yeah. But you can get up to 4 houses in your game, which is nice. Okay. Come on. And see this over here? I'm going to hold this out for you. Because this here, those are poinsettias. Yeah. So these are all the poinsettias. I will promise you, by the time you even hit the second row, yeah, you're going to be high level. Well, not that high of a level, but trust you me. You will get levels like you won't believe. Let me see. Okay, so I got fall. Peanuts. I should. Oh, no. Well. No, I'm going to wait for that. Pine trees. Yeah, I finally broke down. Well, it's okay, Blaze. I finally broke down. Yeah, it's a huge field. Quite huge. Lots of flowers. I finally broke down and prestiged one tree, the pine tree. I did prestige other trees too, but I prestiged the pine tree because it seemed like it was leveling up. And before you get into the prestiging things, Drew, just be careful with that because you could prestige things that are not worth doing. It's all about how the particular item levels up. Oh, so okay. Prestige level 4? Oh man. Now how come that? Is it getting? Yeah, I guess it is. See, I wanted to do the black walnut, but it's a little slow, I guess. Cuz it's See, I'm waiting for it to hit 100, but I'm just seeing how long it takes. But the thing is, too, is I don't come here a lot. Well, do all the trees, so my bad. The one I'm working on right now that I want the most is going to be a pears and lemons. just so that way, once those are done, then I might do like the pine trees or something. Ooh, level 12. Woohoo. And definitely, by the way, yeah, see, that's what I'm doing too, is I'm doing that. I'm prestiging things that I use. But like I think it was, it's kind of like, you it's like, you learn a lesson from everything that you do. I started to prestige the lime trees, but it's slow. I think they're at their prestige to 1, but I don't have workers on them. I have my workers on specific trees, like the apple, which that's already prestige to 5, but I did notice slightly that the golden apple tree, even though yes, that one's 4 seasons, it levels up a little faster than the apple tree. So I might work on that one next. I don't know. Would be kind of nice to have both. But definitely, I'm prestiging lemons for sure, and pears. And the apples, I'm sure you probably may know this or not. The biggest reason, too, to do prestiging apples is not just because you have those jam stalls, by the way. It's because those horses eat a lot. They do. They eat a lot. And see, that's when it's like I have had pretty close to 15,000, 10,000, and for apples, and oh my lord, it's like you go over there and they, like if I went over there right now to feed those horses, because I know they got to be fed, that 5,000 apples that I have would be gone, would be totally gone, and I'm not going over there for that. I think I'm gonna make it and go to the other farm. Um, See, that's the lettuce farm for fun. Okay. Yeah. Well, the thing about the horses is they're 2 days. So, yeah. Well, prestige. Okay. Let's say, for example, and I will show you. Prestige. Let's say I'm going to show you my apple tree. Let's say. Here we go. Like, when you look at any one of your, crops or whatever that you're laying down, it's going to say to you, okay, you're going to get, for in this case here, apple tree is prestige 6. Okay. But now if you were to look at your apple tree, it's going to say yield 1. So if you are able to prestige it, and let's say you get it up to level 5 prestige, you'll get 1 extra apple. The same thing would happen with crops if you decide to prestige some of those, which I did. I prestige well, now I did prestige lettuce, but that's because it's a farm. But I prestige my corn, which now I get 2. I prestige my potatoes, which I get 2 instead of the 1. Plus, when you use boost, you get more. Okay, you get 2 more, so I would get up to 4. Um, so there's that. And I did this. See, now I haven't touched any of these because these are your normal, things. Yeah. Now, if you work it up to, and you can work them up to prestige 10, okay? And how the prestige works is for every time, and this can be very costly, just to give you a heads up, when so whenever it hits one level 100, whatever you're prestiging, okay, when it hits level 100, okay, like the first time around, you prestige it. That's level 1 prestige. And then then again, you have to hit it again to, level up to 100. So it's every 100 you can prestige it. You can prestige anything up to level 10. Okay? But as you're progressing in the game, let me tell you, it can be very costly. So that's why, it's like saying I can't impress upon that you've got to be very careful of. I don't have any workers in there. Okay, so you got to be very careful what you prestige, because it can cost you a lot of money, and like I said, sometimes some things are not worth prestiging. Um, some people have, like the high end flowers, in particular the poinsettias. Okay, I don't. Oh, I have to go down to the other end. Okay, for example, this is one of. Nope, it does not. It's still the same. Still stays the same. Nope. Nope. Stays the same. Now, see, if you look, these are the Gold Rush poinsettias. The only drawback about the Gold Rush poinsettias is they're 2 days and 11 hours to wait for them to be harvested again. But what I'm getting right now for both myself and farm, I'm getting 1840 XP and 2 flowers. Okay, because I'm using a boost. I'm going to hope that I can get these up to. I'm going to hope that what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this up to 5. And then, obviously, then I'll get 3. But with boost, I'll get double that. But like I said, whatever you're prestiging, when you hit the number 5, you're going to get one extra one aside from what you normally would get. Yeah, if I have a bazillion bucks, then maybe, but yeah, I'm doing 5. I have some friends that do theirs to 10, which is, you know what? That's fine. Because, um, when, like, you're going to get more money and you're going to get, obviously, more XP. And also, because on this other farm that I do play, by the way, and I just sitting there going, wait a minute, these are level 50 something, and they're not prestiged. I was still getting 1840 XP just using boost on those flowers. So, but everybody does. They do. They play the game differently. They have different ideas, and to me, you know what? It's your game. Whatever floats your boat, do it. That's the way it should be. If that's what makes you happy, as long as you're enjoying the game, that's really what counts. It doesn't count like if somebody tries to tell you this is how your farm should be. No, it's how you feel that your farm should be. That's how I look at it. It's whatever you make it, whatever you make it. Because there are some beautiful, beautiful farms out there that people do, and they do it in such a creative way. Um, it's really awesome. I have seen, like, when you get your first farm, obviously you have your first farm. The only thing I think I would probably say is make sure that your first farm is productive enough. So that way, when you do move on to your second farm and save your diamonds, because that's where it comes into play, is that um, just make sure your farm is productive enough, so that way you're moving on to your second farm, and then you can do whatever you want with it. You can put a bunch of trees up. You can do whatever you want. You know. Um, if you've ever played Farm Together 1, we only had one map, and that's that. You didn't have more than that. So it was kind of like the way you had to manage that farm, and you really had to just manage it. And especially if you didn't decide, well, I'm going to do a flatland, because I did try the regular one that they came out with. That they had a standard one, then they had a flat one, then they had some other one, but I think they both were kind of like the same. The only drawback about those two type farms was that you couldn't move the rocks, you couldn't move the lakes, you couldn't do nothing. You had to take it for what it was. Sadly, but at least in this game, you will be able to eventually flatten out your farm to whatever you want it to be. See, like I just have this whole entire area that I need to open because I just recently opened all of this. So, and it will cost you millions to open. So, but and don't freak out because I said millions, because I'll tell you what, you will be able to easily make diamonds without a problem. You should be able to. And if you're having a problems with that, I know that some of us will help you. I mean, I could lay down. Oh, and I know your daughter will love these. I know that she would love to see those little pink Easter rabbits because they give you diamonds. And I know she'd love those. So, um, and that's another thing, too, people will help you when it comes to, like, especially if you need diamonds and you need to boost them up, we can do that. As a matter of fact, I can go to your farm, Drew, and, earn some favor, for example, and give you diamonds as well as give you ribbons and gold if you need be. But I can do that. Come on. And that was a ticket. Okay. I think, well, do I have to? Let me just see something here. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 signs, huh? I'll take those 4 signs away. Okay, just I hope you realize, Drew, that when you are, oops, um, when you're flat, you're probably manually doing it, right? Kind of weigh the pros and cons of that, because the guy that's in town, and I hope you have that, you should have that building if you can raise and lower it. Um, it costs you only 2,500 diamonds, okay? And basically, yesterday, what I did was, like, when I opened this whole entire area, okay, when I opened it, I went to the guy up in town and I had him flatten that whole area for 2,500 diamonds. I did not do that manually. Oh, no, 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 no. Because in some cases, when you do it manually, you're going to spend more diamonds than the guy's offering you 2,500 diamonds. And the other thing that I do is I wait until, I fully open it, at least 3 or 4 plots of land, unless you really need it. But that's what I usually do. Well, see, now I can't. No, they take your diamonds. Try it, and you'll see. You can always hit B to escape out of it, but try it. And when you have a flat land, by the way, you can still put you can still re-put it back. You can still put it back. Absolutely. You can like you can put the little, and you can actually put them wherever you want too. Oh Lord, she's gonna like the train. Uh-oh. She's gonna like that little train. She's gonna like the little train tracks in the train. You know that too, right? Okay. at 45 seconds. See, I'm trying to prestige these. I'm kind of close. Let's go to number 2. See, okay, let me go over here. Oh, 8:30. Yeah, see, I show you something. When you're over here with the terrain, I mean, here's the ones that you can do the hill. Oh, if I'm in the way, it's not going to do it. But see, so like you hit A and it's 10 diamonds. Okay, so now if I want to get rid of it, it's 10 diamonds. And the same thing goes for that other type of land too. It's 10 diamonds. Oh, good. Oh, come on. And you see this here? I have to open this, but you see what's over there? I will not do it manually to lower that, no. I need 450,000. Oh, I should get that, hopefully, fairly. You know what? When I recycle this, I will get it. Oh, yes, I will. Oh. Okay, I think, plenty of time. I am so thankful that they decided not to let these fruit batteries drop any kind of fruit, because I'm sorry. You know, I like my fruit batteries, don't get me wrong. By the way, Blaze, when I use the boost, watch this. I don't have boost on right now, but I will not get 3 diamonds, and I don't know why that is. I should, but I don't get it. You see what I'm saying? Look, I get 2 diamonds. They're prestige 4, yes, but I do not get any diamonds other than the normal 2. And I'm like sitting there going, why am I not getting that? Yeah, that's what I thought too. I mean, unless they change something, I have no clue. But if you look, it says I yield 2 diamonds. And I don't know if the devs did something or changed something, but I'm only getting 2 diamonds right now. And that's based on the tree being its level. So I don't know what the scoop is. But yes, when I went and boosted, even today, on the fruit batteries, I only got 2 diamonds. So I'm like sitting there going, why am I not getting 3? And you're right, I should get 3. But I'm not, but that's okay. I have patience. I'll wait. Praise the Lord, I'll wait. You know, at first I thought they were broken because, well, wait a minute. Yeah, because on one of my farms, I never took the batteries out. Okay? They just kind of sat there. So, because I was always the whole time prestiging them. And when I went to go use my boost, this is what I was just getting the normal 2. That's it. So I was like, are they broken? Or do I have to delete them and put new ones down? You know, but now these are new ones. These are brand spanking new, so I don't know. That, I mean, I might question that, but again, I mean, I'm going to try to get these to 5, and I think I started getting the 2. Because you got to watch that too. Yeah, 2 diamonds, yep. Hello, Obi Obi. Yep. So, wait a minute. Even though mine are not, okay, see, mine are not, they're at 4. But you see, I know what you're saying. I'm only getting 2. And if I go to use boost, I will still get 2. I don't get anything more than that. Yeah. You realize that they're not going to let us get diamonds that easy, especially after the bunny rabbits. Oh, absolutely not. And you know what I'm going to do to that you know what I'm going to do to that lettuce farm? When the Christmas event comes out, I am going to load that up with all Christmas event stuff. I'm going to load it up forever and a day. Now, you know, it's kind of like I'm going to set it up, make it all Christmas stuff. I'm going to set it and forget it. Because you know we're going to get lots of diamonds then. We'll get lots of them. I think, though, because, you know, it's like I'm not going to do that again. Like with the pumpkins, Obi, oh my lord. You know, that was technically my main farm. And so from the diamonds that I got, it helped me literally open number 4. And that's where I was just kind of like, you know, putting the quested items somewhere else instead of the main farm. That's what I did anyway. But I was like, oh. But that's okay. I recycled that first farm and then kind of sort of put it back to normal. Sort of. It's kind of not normal now because of that 36 by 36. Obi, did you read in their forums, the Farm Together forums, that they're going to have another update with new stuff? I don't know what. But supposedly, somebody in Germany, I guess they had new stuff. Like, I think a new crop or something. So, I don't know. It's going to be a new crop. Or a couple of new ones. I don't know. But then but because the devs had said it will be like it'll be a last update or a last package thing for a little while, which is fine. Give them some time to work and we can play. Oh, these are taking forever in a day. Okay. Okay. Hmm. I am going to take these signs off because, yeah. And did I make these 36? Yes, I did. Okay. I'm going to take these off because there's only 4. Okay. Because I don't want to replant something. I'm not going to waste the money to do that. I'm just going to replant. I'm not going to replant anything. I'm just going to pick them up. And then what I'll do is after I pick them up, I'm gonna once I recycle, because I'm gonna recycle this farm today while I'm streaming, and because I need to put my fish and my other flowers back, and I need 450 to open up that top corner, so that shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so I got those. Okay, so we'll put here 1, 2, 3, 4, and downsize it 3 by 3. And that's another thing, just so you know, Drew, is if and when you do get, if you decide you want to put it down a sign with arrow, the easiest setup to do is, like however you want it. Doesn't matter, width and depth. You can do up to 36 now because that is the new thing. But the other thing is this one here requires replant? Absolutely put yes. Because no one can come to your farm and, mess around. They have to replant whatever you put there. Oops. Oop, 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 oop. That's the top one. 36. Oh, I can trade in some. Let me go to town and trade in some. Oh, nope, there's no workers there. That's right. So I keep forgetting there's no workers there. Yeah. You're welcome, Drew. So how goes it with you, Obi? Is it going good? Are you making millions yet? Come on. Okay. Oh. Oh. I love going to the bazaar. I love that quest bazaar. But being I'm doing all this change around, I'm going to be careful. I think that was it. It seems like there's less people in here today for some reason in the town. I mean, I just can't, well, okay, see, here's your arts and crafts shop, and this is where you can get some diamonds, because you get it from the, well, you get it from the ducks, and you also get it from anything that drops wool, and there's quite a few animals that do. This is the berry lady, and I really would strongly suggest when you get rabbits, don't go selling a lot of these. Peanuts, I would suggest to sell them because the thing that I kind of am a little discouraged a bit about is that I only have 2 peanut butter machines, and I'm not going to get any more than that. I've kind of made my mind up on that one. Oh, that means I can open up that bottom piece. Yep. Okay, good. Oh, pepper. Oh, I can't now. Mushrooms. If and when you do get mushrooms in your mine, when you get the mine, I think yours will be like roughly 90-ish or 95 to 100. But do yourself a favor, if and when you can grow the blue mushrooms, don't sell them, because you will need them for upgrades later on. Just to kind of give you a heads up. And this is another way. I mean, there's so many ways to get ribbons from the shops, and you don't even have to upgrade them a lot. Honestly, you don't. Because I will show you. Like, if you go to your quest log, right? These are your quests, obviously. Oh, yeah, those are the fish. Oh, you got some mining that need to get done? I'll do your mine. I don't mind. I don't mind. They have the art gallery. And again, I don't, as you can see, I don't level it up too much. I really don't. I'm skipping over the ticket trader for now because I don't want to talk about it. The Smitty. Now, he's a great guy. You don't need to level him up too fast either. Mushroom stand. Well, right now, my mushroom stand is level 105. If you got 26 million and 1,200 eggs, then you're good to go. Bakery, again. Fruit stand. Oh, I don't want to talk about that. I mean, the reason why I don't want to talk about it is because it's a lot of money right now, and I don't, I'm not going to do it. But now my restaurant, these take diamonds, but it's 160 over 161. Vegetable shop, oh, that's some killer stuff. Candy shop, again, if you look, it's kind of slacking a little bit, but that's because I like going into the mines. Is your game up right now, please? You're afraid of the boogeyman. Well, you're afraid of the boogeyman. I just know it. Okay, let's see. Okay. I have learned to love my mines. I honestly have. Oh, this person. Hold on a second. I gotta check something. We're waiting for a package, People can be so impatient. Let me check something. Oh, it does say out for delivery. Yay me. Oh, track it. Let's track that baby. Oh. See all updates? Okay. This is out for delivery. Hold a second, guys. Yes, it does, and it's still coming from Hookset, but it definitely says out for delivery. There. Oh. Okay. I should just give them my phone. Say, here, take it. And it'll tell you when it's here. Okay, now I'm going back. Okay, I am going to go here. Action. Yes. Yeah, you gotta love that. It'll say, arriving. Yep. X favorites. QOV. Why am I not up? Boom. I found it. Never you mind. I felt so weird. I got a package the other day that I was waiting for, right? But thank God they take pictures now. Um, and I should go to town to get me some favor. Actually, let me gather some favor first, and then I will go and take care of that. Don't ask me where I'm going to get that favor from. It's something I can do. Why don't you tell me? You know, for a second there, I'm sitting there going, why is that horse over there? Can't do those. Can't do those. I bet you I can't do any of these. Nope. Top right, top right. Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And there's something in your house that's purple. I don't know what it is. You're cooking. Oh, daffodils. Oh, man. And this, by the way, Drew, you earn a lot of favor. If you go to a farm that has lettuce, yeah. I'm going to drive you cuckoo crazy, please. I'm going to say, hey, you got something in your house that needs to get done. You know, I really do appreciate them doing that, though, you know, even though it's not done. But, you know, like if you have something that's quested in your house, it'll show up purple. It basically means, you know, like either it is done or, you know, I can't believe you don't go in the mines. I do. But I'd rather go into, oh, shoot, here I am. I'd rather go into the mines though and have some favor, because at least when I have some favor I can double it. That's the beauty of it. Even my mine. But I see that gas pump over there, so I'm good for now. No, I'm not boosted. No. See, lettuce will give you the quickest boost. Lettuce does. Yeah. So like I said, if you want to get favor fast, that's the way to go. Is hit the low level crops. If they have lettuce, go for it. You know. I'm not kidding you. When I go to another person's farm, even like even the high level ones, my friends and stuff, and if they don't have a lettuce farmer, that's fine too. It's not a big deal. But you know what I usually do, and it's so funny because I will see like maybe 3 or 4 people on their farm, and of course they're doing the flowers and things like that. If mushrooms need planting, because you plant the blue ones. Any blue or just all blue? Blue. All blue. I do all blue. Well, depending on the size of your farm, because you have 4 spots, I put like 4 of the red, and then 4 of the other one, and 4 of the other one. I think there's 3 types of blue ones. And if you already have your white mushrooms up to level 20, then maybe just put 1 or 2 spots down. But you said you have another farm too. Another farm, so yeah. But I dedicated 1 farm with all blues in there. Because trust you me, which, you will need those blue mushrooms when you have to upgrade some of your shops. They do have like a specific crop, because we don't. Yeah, see, if you get the normal ones, that's good. Trade them in for diamonds, because you can do that. Um, but yeah, the favors move up fast. But no, when I go to a high level farm, I mean, basically what I do is I go to their crops because you know what? Their crops are really fast to get my favor up. And especially if they have lettuce, corn, potatoes, things like that. Um, and if they have an free open field, what I try to do is, like I look at their inventory here, like you see on the screen, and if you don't, there is a setting to see what you have on your screen. But I often look and I go, oh, okay, so they need, let's say, peppers. Oh, okay, they need wheat. You know what I mean? So those are the things that I will plant on a higher level farm, especially if they they don't have enough crops because they are feeding their animals. But that's what I do. I always do that. I kind of like those stones, but I didn't want. I was I was just like, I don't want to spend my diamond yet. See, when I get my farm set up the way I want, then I will decorate. What did he say now? Okay. I am dying to go to a couple of my friends' farms just for the heck of it to see if they did a 36 by 36 and anything. They might just leave it alone because I know one person that has their farm set up as um I think it's nope, they have it 3 by 18, so yeah. And I can't imagine them changing it around. Okay, what else? Peanuts. Oh, oh, it's fall, so it should be good. Oh, wow. No, that's interesting. Curiosity has me now. Wait a minute. Oh, one summer, winter. Oh, okay. I'm thinking about the Virginia ones because the Virginia ones give you the Virginia peanuts give you the 3 seasons: summer, fall, winter, but it doesn't give you spring. Okay. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm gonna go in this house, see what you need. Oh, you got the 3 flowers in this. And what else? Oh my gosh. Piano lessons. Look at that. They're done. Oh yeah, carrot cake. Carrot cake. We gotta have some carrot cake. Come on. Oh, thank you, Blaze. Let me see now. Where am I going? What am I doing? Let's go over here. What do you got? Oh, piano lessons again. Yay me. Oh. Okay. How many of those? Oh. Okay. What do you got cooking over here? Oh, fruit salad or something. Ratatouille. Carrot. I did carrot. Sorry. Oh, see. Oh gosh, 37. Okay. That's not bad. Every time now that I see that these are different colored ones, I keep thinking, oh, could this be, because we had the musical note ones on Farm Together. I like those. Oh, how many of those do you need to do? don't know which one you want to do, but I'm gonna do carrot. Carrot only takes one from each thing. That's why I do those. Okay, let's go to town and find. Ooh. Perfect. I heard that sound, but I don't know where it came from. It's on the farm. Okay, where? Oh, favor. Okay. Oh, Peters, don't cry. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. This. Yeah, I heard the sound, you know. Oh, see, I like the mines. Did I get the... Yes, I did. Okay. Okay, let's see what kind of bugs we find today. Just kidding. What? Holy guacamole. Wow, you got this whole place opened up. Yeah. And look at that. You're going to get double everything. Good job. See, these are the terrible mines, Drew. Yeah, you'll get it like you're... I can't... You know, I kind of want to say 90-ish, but I know it's above 90. Maybe it's 100, but I know that you get it like 90s or something. And yeah, people did hate the mines when they first got them. I know I did. And I just didn't want to go through them. No, I want to go up north. That way I can make my rounds. Red pine, good job. Plus, by the way, boosting in the mines, you know, doubles whatever you know you get from it. And please don't be fooled. When you walk up to some of these, because you'll generally get iron. So when you walk up to these, they're not all going to be the same exact mineral. Just a heads up on that. It's the only drawback. Because they put a crap load of iron in there. But go ahead when it needs 26 iron, then you don't. Oh, you got... Oh. Well, yeah, that can happen. I actually love the map now that they got for the mine. I do. And they have a map, thank goodness. This is what I love about this mine. They have a map. See? Like, Blaze, she has all blue mushrooms right here. And then some whites, you know, things like that. But, like, this is the final mine that she has to open up at some point. Now, when you see these little gold things around those gems, that means those are the ones that, you know, for requested item. Yeah, I prestige my my red pines. So we'll see. Yeah, I know what you mean though about getting lost in the mine. Because generally, what I would have to do is like look around and go, okay, where did I miss? But I'm really thankful that they put in the map. That was a very smart thing to do. So yeah, when you walk up to it, you know, Honestly, um, I know, I do know some people have prestige, some of them. Um, I did the red pine. Um, but you don't like going in your mind, so. Um, and it might take a little longer, but if you're gonna prestige anything in your mind, I would just kind of like pick one. Because like I said, I did the red pine, but I know it might take a slight bit longer to do. Um, and you got to bear in mind this. See, okay, when you're okay, I'm just gonna show you an example. I don't want to. You know what? I'm gonna finish this mine and show you because I can show you a lot easier. I want to get the fullest amount of it I can. Yes.
It's getting down now in the field. Hopefully they monitor it.
What's the fuel now?
35.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, they'll do their job. 35. Wow. Okay. So now, as we kind of move it along over here, um, see, I'm going to show you rather than like, um, iron will always be your basic default in all of your mines. Uh, see, okay. But I think this is the last part of the mine. I think it is. Yep, it is. All right. Okay. So, just to kind of give you an FYI, okay, let me go over here. This is actually the main section of the mine that you'll be in when you first open it. It'll be this like this room. But let me just show you something. Um, Not really, but I don't mind. If somebody needs me to do their mine, I have no problem with. Okay, so these are all the things you can mine, but let the buyer beware. Okay, for right now, they need Jasper 11/14, right? So, and what the drop is, it says they have the rarity is 6, but this is gonna be. I'll tell you right now, with the iron, I never set a room for iron because you know something, it's it's just random. Now here's the reason why I say it's random. If you notice, they're all different colors, right? Like you get one that's like a reddish brown for Jasper, and then you get like your green, you got your pink, you get all these different colored ones, right? Okay, so the thing about this is you can go into a room and say, "Oh, look at that! I have all calcite. Oh, I have all opal." No, you don't, because sometimes what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up getting some iron, okay? Even though it says 1 rarity, yeah, it's more rare than you think. But now, if you set it to whatever you want, see this room here? I just set it for Jasper, okay? Now, that does not mean, okay, because it's like I said, this is the main room. It does not mean that they're going to have, the whole thing, because if you notice, it's rarity. Let me show you something else. I'm going to hit Y on the mushrooms. Okay, so 58. And see, these are your mushrooms. So you've got them all open. Yeah, I mean, we have a whole lot of those mushrooms. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what it means. Yeah. Because, I mean, I've gone into my own minds and sat there, say, okay, I'm going to set this room for this. And going around, I'm like, oh, there's a whole bunch of. No, there ain't. Nope, not going to happen. Not today. But for some of the mushrooms, This is the probably women. Is it the red? That's red pine, and this is shiitake. Okay, the reason why I chose the red pine, okay, and here's the thing, because these white ones will, and they also have like different seasons, as you can see, okay. So I've picked the red pine because I mean, even though yeah, it's 24 seasons. Um, but if you look down below on the thing where it says yield, each one of these mushrooms, it doesn't matter which one it is, it's going to yield like it's almost like your crops. Let's say hypothetically, just look at this as a crop. So in other words, you'll be able to harvest, like that one mushroom spot 10 times. And how do you know that? You walk up to this aspen mushroom. This aspen mushroom has two more harvesting things. Okay? This one here has two. Okay, so each one, like this one's one. So by tomorrow, when the last pull is done, you can change these mushrooms to whatever you want. The beauty of it, though, is like I said, you have four areas for mushrooms. So let's say, for example, you want to focus more on the blue than the white, then you know what? Do it. Put a bunch of blues in here, okay? And then you can fill up these things with the white ones. I mean, that's what I would do. But it's your it's like whatever you prefer to do. I mean that's how I figure it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's whatever your preference is. Um, but yeah, just for giggles and laughs, I did red pine. I did because you get two mushrooms, and again, um, just kind of look and get an idea of how many mushrooms come from that one plot that you kind of put down, that you planted. Um, but again, if you're not really gonna get a lot of favor from it, you're not. And but see, I go to other people's farms, and I do it just to do it. I don't do it because it's giving me a lot of favor. I just go ahead in there, and especially if I do have a boost, I'm doubling their diamonds or doubling their mushrooms. That's what I'm doing it for. So yeah, you're gonna run across things that you know won't give you a lot of favor. It's just like fish, for example. Um, I can, I mean, if I go to if I go to someone's farm and they get a ton of fish, and especially if they need them to be harvested, I sort of won't really. You got to understand something. The fish are really fast to, harvest, so that's why. Um, so when I run across a farm that has a lot of fish in it, I mean, yeah, I'll probably just go over there very quickly, boom, 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 do the fish. But it's not a lot of favor. It's absolutely not. Um, Low level crops like lettuce is the fastest, yes, but low level crops like your corn and wheat, things like that. Um, your favor does go up pretty quick. I mean, and you'll be able to figure it out too. You'll be able to see it and go, oh, okay, yeah, yeah. It wasn't me. It was you, Blaze. It's literally I have sat there and I'm sitting there going, you know, in the mind, and it'll say, well, it's done it with iron. I'm like, are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. But um, I've gotten the iron. You notice you don't get any favor when you're down there. I haven't seen any, by the way, on fish. I have not. And you will not get tickets will not drop if you have workers working whatever they're working on. If they're working on your crops, your trees, or anything, those tickets do not drop. Okay, just to let you know. Even if they did, your workers are not going to pick them up. But from what I see, um, tickets are not dropping where the workers are. They're only going to drop where you are. Yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why, like I said, when I go to a high level farm, it's kind of funny, and I get it. Like I see sometimes three or four people on another farm that I go to that's a higher level, and they're into flowers and things like I just hit the if they have the crop search, which they do, I will do their crops and I will do their animals because I will get quicker favor. I do, and then I leave. I don't even mess with their flowers. I don't need to. You know, um, I just go there, get my favor, and I'm done. Bye. Have a nice day. But then I've had other high levels come to my farm and they just need favor, you know. And if they see me with my other flowers open, yeah, they'll come there and they'll do the flowers. They'll do all the flowers. Oh, good Lord. Same. So again, it's kind of like um, if you find some farms with flowers, and I'll be very honest with you, like um, when you see like the daisy type flowers, some give you fairly okay XP, some do not. Rose is the same thing. Poppies, you know what I'm saying? Um, Poinsettias will probably most likely give you the most for XP if that's what you're looking for. But I do find that the higher up level of something, like flowers, it's not going to give me fast favor. That's why I don't do flowers and things like that on someone's farm. It's only, to me, it's only good for you leveling up. And again, it depends on what it is. And by the way, Drew, oh, I have to fix that. I have to fix that. I can fix that. Wait. Okay, yay me. Now, see, I'm doing the Spanish peanuts, right? And you see how the levels, you see how that is? So let's say they didn't have lettuce, and if they have peanuts and you can do that, then do the peanuts. You see what I'm saying? And it's got nothing to do with my level. I'm getting some pretty fast favor right now by doing the Spanish peanuts. And they have a number 3 over here. And, God bless you, Blaze, for doing these, prestiging these, because I didn't prestige mine. Level 7. Because I'm like, look at how slow. Oh. And the Virginia ones ain't any better. But oh yeah. But see, my favor's going up. Yeah. Yeah. Drew, I've been playing this particular game since last year when it first came out. Nope, I'm not level. I didn't even get it to 500. Your farm is supposed to be 500. Now, by the way, the new level is 750 and 750 on your farm. And yes, there are farms out there that are level 750, and yes, there are players out there that are level 100, 750. And they worked very hard to go from, like, let's say point A to B. Oh, I snagged that ticket. I won't leave it behind. I snagged that ticket for you. The chickens, I think it's the Leghorn chickens that give you a decent favor too. Okay, so it's winter time? Okay, good to know this. I'm going to do these other peanuts because I know that they're ready. They give me great favor, by the way, Blaze. At least they're good for that. But see, this is why I didn't prestige them. Because they just, you know, it's forever and a day. What are those, apples up there? Yep, those are apples. You think so? Nope. I have free planted them without signs, and the XP still is, you know, excuse me, not the XP, but leveling them up it is kind of slow. I have noticed that, honestly, because I've sat there going, okay, so let's take a look at the peanuts. I mean, you wouldn't believe the thousands of the Spanish peanut that I put up just to get this one opened up at level 80. Took me forever. You know, I was getting so frustrated. I'm sitting there going, "Come on." Should I? Yeah, you should. Watch this. I know I'm going to run out of gas. That's okay. Blaze won't mind if I run out of gas. Oh, I'm running out of time. Come on. Come on, baby. Where am I? Oh, yeah, we got this. We got this, I think. Maybe not. Come on. No, we ain't got it. Yep. Yeah. And believe you me, I mean, I did. I kept planting them and planting them and planting them. I mean, I literally did a huge field with it, and yeah, I was like sitting there going, okay, come on. Where is? Oh, okay, I'll go here and get some gas. Okay. I'm going back up here to see if these need to be harvested because they're quested. Wait a minute. No, I don't want that one. What? Oh, and that's another thing on the signs. It'll show you what needs to get planted, so we'll see. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is open. Okay, I'm not planting anything there. What? What do you mean? Oh, I hope this is enough. You know on my farm that I don't have a lot of gas pumps. At least, well, I have a lot of them on the farm for favor, but I don't. But what I've done is basically I have it set up that way. I know how far I can go without running out of gas and ending up at the gas pump. I mean, I kind of know that. Come on. Thank you. Okay, let me see. Those look like normal potatoes. Oh, those are all year round. Now, see, again, these are like low-level potatoes, these ones here. So, yep, they're regular potatoes. And see, this is cool. And see, again, they're potatoes. And your prestige will go pretty fast. So, yeah, when I hit up on another farm, and I'll always look for something that's low level. I will, all the time. Yeah. Which one is this? This one is perfect. Perfecto, because it's winter time. See, there's a lot of stuff that you can do in winter. Yeah, yeah. In case you do this, um, oh, you dog. See, okay, I finally got it, but um, just don't, just don't overdo it when you buy the machines. Like, especially if you're first starting out, buy like one, maybe two, but don't go crazy, because one of the things that does happen is you can buy them and end up not being able to fill those machines. So just kind of be aware of that. And good afternoon, Jess. How you doing today? Good to see ya. Uh-oh, 1 minute. 1 minute. Ooh, carrots. Never thought about well, carrots are 3 seasons. One of those days, huh? Well, so sorry you're having a rough day. I know that feeling. See, she. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Royal Gala. I'm jealous. I only did my. But see, don't be fooled by this. See, I'm kind of curious now. I have to come back to this farm and check it. Because she has her Royal Gala. Ooh. Oh, 5. Oh, God bless you, though. 5 kids. Wow. Wow. God bless you, though, Jess. God bless you. 5. Oh, no, 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 no. 5. I don't. I feel your pain. And Jess, let me ask you: are they like all girls, boys, or what do you got? That is something. Nope. Oh, maybe. Yep. Ah. Oh, 2 boys. Oh, 2 boys and 1 girl. Oh Lord. That's like my niece. She has the two boys, and the youngest is a girl. So I get you. Oh, 10, 8, and 7. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Yeah, mine's were a couple of years apart, too. I want to pray for you, Jess. I am going to pray for you. Thank you for reminding me. You know, my lurkers out there are the best prayer people, I'll tell you. They really are. My lurkers out there, they're the best. They know that I love them dearly. And every day I do this and I try not to forget, but I do put those prayers and thoughts and prayers out there for those that need them. Especially all you moms and dads that are raising, your kids, and you just want that space, you need to breathe. You don't want to hear the screaming and the fighting and the tossing. And you don't want to have those kids coming up to you and saying, so and so did this to me, pulled my hair. Oh, please give me a break. Yeah. So I just want to put them special thoughts and prayers out there for people that need them. Both for your physical and mental well being. Because I know that this is a tough holidays coming up for you. Tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day. And again, you save things in store like the pumpkin trucks and. Oh, no, I don't want to recycle my trucks. I like my trucks. You know what I want now? I want a motorcycle. I want a motorcycle. We're never going to see motorcycles. Don't, it's like I'm not going to hold my breath. Honest, I don't know. I know I was not around during the Christmas event last year, but I do know you get some really nice stuff. You do. Yeah. But I will say, from what I see now that you get for the Christmas stuff, I hate to say it, but um, does it get better? Uh, can I just mine grew into teenagers, and no, no, it, no, 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 no. I don't think it gets, but it doesn't get worse. They're just, they're just different people. Teenagers. Don't you listen, Jess? Don't you remember when you were a teenager? I'm just gonna give you that a food for thought. You were a teenager once, remember? I'm just gonna give you that food for thought. Kids will do the silliest things. I did. See? Well, see, Jess, you see what I'm saying? Oh, you hated your mom. Well, the thing is, and I think a lot of us have that love-hate relationship with our parents. I think we all do, because of course they don't let us do what we want to do, and I get it. I totally get it. But Yeah, I mean, I did. I had a, but with my mom, let me tell you something. I was the youngest with four boys. So here's the deal. Being that I was the youngest with the four boys, I had to go to bed early. And I used to say, well, why are they staying up? Because, all right, because I said so. Or they go out and do things. I couldn't go out and do things. Why can't I do that? Because I said so. You know, I think a lot of it had to do with because they were boys, and that's why they could do whatever they wanted to do. I think honestly, that's what the dealio was with that. But I don't know. Um, and I think we're all guilty of that. I honestly think we're all guilty of that. To be very honest with you, I think we're all guilty of that. But it was always from my mom that she would always say, "Because I said so." And don't you know that um, when because and I'm sure you've said the same thing. I'm sh- I remember what I would always say. I'm not gonna let what I'm not gonna be like my mom. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna not that I'm gonna let my kids go run around and be crazy, but I think we're all guilty of you said that I will never do what my mom or dad does, or did to you, whatever. Okay. So, what you're going to do is because you love your children so much. Oh, but you are. They're going to ask you if they can play some certain games or if they can play longer or whatever. And like if you put a time limit on your kids that they can only play for an hour or something like that. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. See, I remember many times my response to my boys were because I said so. Why? Why? Come on, ma. No, I, no. Seriously. Um, I had a very strong tone. I mean, and honestly, it's like I never really cursed or cussed at them. Absolutely did not do that. Um, but it was always because I said so. And if they weren't in by a certain time, oh boy. But yeah, and I um I was a very strict parent. I was very strict. Yes, I was. I was very very strict. I remember when my sons um, didn't want to get out of bed. But don't worry about it, Jess. They're just words. And you know something? And if you hear your kids, this is the other thing I'm going to tell you. If your kids start using the bad words, do yourself a favor. I mean, granted, you have to tell them to stop doing that and, don't say that, don't do this, blah, blah, blah. But I want to tell you something. And sometimes you have to ignore it. You have to ignore it. Because I remember the first words out of my oldest boy's mouth was not very nice. And I was like, I'm going to kill him. I'm. And you know what my mom said? She said, ignore it because he's laughing. He thought it was funny. He didn't know what it meant. He just knows that he heard his mother say it, a couple of times. And I was a young parent raising three boys. So sometimes you have to ignore it because the more you it's kind of like the more you pay attention to it, guess what? They're going to do it all the more. So I am very strict. I was very strict, but and it was a thing. Eventually, my son just stopped saying it. And you know why? Because I ignored him, even though yes, it was a bad word. I just ignored it. I did. I did ignore it, and thank God I did. you know, I don't care. It's like it is a tough thing because like even if you have your first child and stuff like that, and then you have another one and another one, uh, it in that sense, and this is what I was guilty of too. Um, it's almost like where you have the oldest. Okay, you always think your oldest is gonna be the one to, that's gonna have to set the example, right? But sometimes even the oldest doesn't set the example because they're the oldest. One of the things that I did do with my oldest was this, because he was 2 years older than the other two. They were spaced like 2 years apart. So one of the things that I did do was for my oldest, but now back then we had what, the Atari. So here we go. Back then, like I would let my son stay up for an hour longer. The other two had to go to bed and be in bed by 8 or sometimes 9. It varied depending on their age. But here's the deal. I would let Sean, that's my oldest son's name. I would let him stay up later for at least an hour. You know what I'm saying? He could stay up for an hour longer, watch TV, play a game or something for 1 hour. Because I didn't, um, obviously it was late at night. So, because, the thing is, mom and dad, you guys, you need to have your little break time, your rest time, so on and so forth. So, yeah, I would make sure my kids were in bed between 8 and 9 because the rest of the night is your night and that's it. Um, and there's no excuse. But yes, I would let my oldest stay up for an hour. And then the other two would complain. How come he's staying up? Because he's older. I wouldn't say because I said so. I would say because he's older and he deserves it. And I did have a little bit much better relationship with my oldest one because it was like you give him that little extra privilege. You see what I'm saying? You give him or her that little extra privilege of sitting up and watching TV. That's what you're doing. And it worked out fine. I didn't, it's like my kids, don't you complain to me and tell me. 'Cause I don't want to hear it. That just was me. But yes, I was very strict with my kids. And I don't regret being strict. I don't. I really don't. Especially with boys, no. I'm going to take an extra. Yeah, I'll do it that way. Because I'm clearing out this map, so I might as well take that clearing out because I'm gonna wipe this entire map, and even though I know those are done, this is done, and I'm not gonna have to worry about what's up there. So yeah, I'm good. But you know what? Don't worry about it. If you're a strict parent, God bless you, Jess, because that's the way to be. You know, I mean, don't feel bad and don't feel guilty because, the thing is, you're raising them right, you're teaching them respect, and they're respecting you. You know, I have a niece, and like I said, she's got 3 kids, and one of them actually hit the grandmother, and I'm like, no, you ain't supposed to be doing that. And one of them got a kind of little out of control, and I like finally said, she needs to kind of not let them do this. You know what I'm saying? And I was the type of mom was that whatever I cooked for dinner, that's what they're going to eat. You're not going to get something else. Ain't happening. No, not going to happen. And they knew. My kids knew that. My kids knew that quite well. Knew that. So, but it doesn't. And it's to me, it's not making you a bad parent. It does not make you a bad parent. Yeah, see, and you know something, that's from you. That's because you have taught them and raised them to be respectful and be very nice to other people. Um, I have seen kids get kind of crappy, but I've seen those kids that are being raised right. But that's because that comes right straight from the parent. And be proud of that. Yeah. You know, I I never did this. I used to do all home cooked meals. That's what I used to do. I never. Well, here's what I would do. Like, if they were home, like let's say on the weekends, which they were always home on the weekends, but what I would do is I would take that special time to, let's say, um, you know what? Okay, here's what I used to do on Saturdays, for example. Don't ask me. I used to take them to this place to go get them some like hot chocolate or something, and a bagel or whatever they wanted. Um, but I literally stayed away from the fast food restaurants. Yeah. I think the funniest thing was, I forget which one. Oh, I think it was my youngest. Yes, it was. Okay. My youngest one time in school, I mean, it wasn't that they made him eat it, so it was no big thing, but it got back to me. I think it was like string beans or something like that, and they just kind of manually put that stuff on his plate and things like that. He told them. He said, "I'm allergic to them. I'm allergic to green stuff." I mean, I'm allergic to green things. Kids are so smart. Yeah. But I always made them home cooked meals. On occasions, oh God, I never took them to McDonald's. Oh, absolutely would not. Burger King was another one I absolutely did not. I used to take them to Wendy's once in a while. Not every day, not every other day. Just once in a while as a treat. Yeah, I'm not hungry. Can I have some chips? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, how about this one? I have a stomach ache. Oh, I have a stomach ache. Okay. Guess what they want to do next? Can I play the game now? Yeah. Hello. Can I go watch TV? No, because you said your stomach hurts. Oh, it feels better. Well, then, if it feels better, go finish your food. I eat them like two peanut butter. Just yeah. I mean, I know kids can be fussy, and here we are as adults. We try to eat like adults and things like that. But if they like, I don't know, if they like hamburgers and things like that, there's no harm, no harm in that. Give them some hamburgers. Give them some, a little bit of hamburger or French fries or something like that you make home fries. I mean, I remember a friend of mine, his little boy. Oh my God, all that kid would eat was French fries. That's all he ate was French fries. He didn't want to eat anything else. So I mean, yeah, kids are like that. It's like, and you can't. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, I knew somebody's little girl that didn't like eating. It's funny you should say that about the chicken nuggets. She wouldn't eat chicken, like a, like the little drumstick chickens, or she wouldn't eat that stuff because she didn't like the bone in it. So, but she ate the chicken nuggets. Same thing. It's chicken. I don't know. Yeah. See, kids get funny. They do. They're funny. And I also found that, well, this was obviously when my kids were little. Um, I also found, and I stopped doing it, like, I used to get like SpaghettiOs and, stuff in a can, right? Canned vegetables, I used to do that too. Um, and then, I remember going to the pediatrician, and we were talking and stuff like that. And he turns around and he says, have you tried like doing, getting fresh vegetables and fruits? My kids loved fresh vegetables and fruits, like the carrots and things like that. And my mom, she would always, would be making some beef stew, which meant she'd put all those fresh vegetables and things like that into the stew. My kids would eat raw potatoes, raw carrots, and raw onions, and I'd be like, Mom, stop feeding them that. But, I don't know. Are they developing their taste buds at that time when they're young? I mean, I don't know. But I mean, kids will surprise you what they like, and you sit there if they eat like, let's say, again, a raw carrot. Why are they eating raw carrots? They're like ick. But that's just their taste buds are taste buds. I mean, I remember when I was younger. By the way, when I was younger, I used to take lemons and peel them just like it was like an orange or something, and I would eat the lemon just like that, like and peel them like they were like oranges, and I would eat a whole lemon. And I did that with grapefruit, and I know people do this, and I'm like, ew, how can they do that? I've seen people, and they still do it. I don't. I still do it this way. Like a grapefruit, for example, I will take a grapefruit and peel it like as if it was an orange. Then I open it up, and then obviously eat the grapefruit. But now, if you ever see some people, what they do is they cut the grapefruit in half and then they load it up with sugar. I don't know why they do that. Um, the same thing with melons. Certain melons I've seen people just pour the sugar on. I'm like, ew. But again, it's your taste buds. Everybody's different, and so yeah. See, I mean, the thing is, our habits, our eating habits, do change. Yes, when I was pregnant with my second. Yeah, watermelon. Oh my gosh, salt. I've only known a few people to do that. I don't know what the dealio is with that, but yeah, it's like my other half that passed away. You know what he used to do? He would cut up an apple, peel it and cut it all up, and put peanut butter on it. So, and he used to offer it to me like that. I guess it wasn't that bad, but he used to put peanut butter on his apples. So I don't know what the deal is with that. But again, it goes to goes to like that. Oh, you like that, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I I, I never really. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like I never knew anybody that did that except for him. But he loved that. He would just cut up some apples and put the peanut butter there, and I'd be like, oh, okay. You know, I mean, I guess it is different, right? So, I mean, kids are basically the same way, and obviously, too, their taste buds are going to be so different from each other. Where one likes this and the other one likes that. Yeah, it's just typical. And it's sometimes it is. It's hard to gauge what they like and what they don't like. I mean, yeah, when I with my three boys, it was really difficult. I mean, just because they all like different things, they did. But oh, apples and caramel. Oh, yeah. I know. Yep, yep, yep. And I'm diabetic too, Blaze. Ah, I am. I'm diabetic, and I'm insulin dependent. But yeah, I remember back in the days, and and the thing that's funny about it is I used to think over the years that I ate healthy. Well, I think what happens is when you hit, I don't know, anywhere from 35 to 40, your metabolism changes. So watch out. The thing that I've had to relearn was how I eat. I had to eat in portions. Obviously, stay away from all that sweet, high sugar crap. But, and it kills me. It really kills me. Like I have my brother, and I will sit there and watch him eat things that I look at him, I go, how can you eat that? You know? I mean, it's almost like, he could probably eat a whole bag of Chip Ahoy cookies and it won't phase him in the least. You know what I'm saying? But it's like me, I cannot, I mean, I can have one, I can only have like one cookie. That's it. That's my limit, you know? Um, but yeah, it does drive me a little crazy when when I have family members, because I'm the only diabetic in the family. So it does drive me really crazy that I see my family members drinking soda and donuts and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, yeah, okay, thanks. Why me? But it's just it is kind of like it is what it is. It's like it's whatever you're eating. Ugh. It's like I can have a pizza, a couple slices. I'm gonna regret it later on, but I can have a pizza. But again, it goes to your portions. So how much of you're eating and stuff like that. And you got to be careful, especially if you're young. It's almost like my doctor used to say, before you're 30, eat whatever you want. After you're 30, watch out what you eat. Yeah, okay, a little too late for that now. But it's true. Oh, did you really? Wow. Yeah, yeah. See, and again, you gotta watch what you're eating. Like I said, I thought, because I'm a home cooked meal person, I cook things, from scratch and all of that. And so, like, when I make meals, it's obviously I use fresh vegetables and, fruits and things like that. And so, for example, if I was to make, and I love sweet potato, but then I'm finding out, oh, well, no, you can't eat the rice. So I can eat rice and I can eat potatoes, but I can't have as much. And then the other thing that, I mean, because I did, and the breads are really killer. Um, Fruits, now that's a good one. My doctor, she's really fantastic. I love eating watermelon. I mean, I love eating bananas and all that sort of stuff, but I love eating watermelon. That's a lifesaver if I'm in a supermarket. But the thing is that she told me was about that. She says, well, it's okay for you to eat because it's a natural fruit, natural sugar, right? But she said, what you got to do is, like if you're eating watermelon, eat so much, in a portion, eat so much. And then she goes, if you still want watermelon, wait an hour and then eat it, you know, eat more. But don't go get yourself a big bunch of watermelon, blah blah blah. Don't do that. It's like salad. If you make yourself a really really good salad, like I do, and I never put salad dressing on it, and I used to use a lot of salad dressing way back when. But I like making fresh salads, and because they're good for you. And here's the other thing that I found out, which was interesting. I like salsa. So, and I told her about, she goes, you know what? You can eat as much salsa as you want because it's not sugar. Because in the salsa, it's got what? Peppers and onions and all of those lovely little things. She goes, no, you can have all the salsa you want. I'm like, really? Of course, I'm going to have a couple of those chips and dip it in there. But I get it. Yeah. Sugar's a killer. It really is. It's a killer for a lot of people. And of course, anything that you eat, it's always got to have either a lot of sugar in it or a lot of salt. Either or. Okay, I'm going to grab my. Oh, it is. It's just, yeah, it is. No, I agree. Yep. It's like I hardly use any salt. Actually, I don't even use salt. I only use a little bit when I'm cooking, and that's it. I don't, you know. But I will be right back. Oh, I'm back. Carbonated water is hoping. Does that help when you switch to carbonated water? Oops. Gotta take that sign out. Okay, gotta take this one. Oops. This one. Okay, so one. And then I can finally lay out my I used to drink a lot of soda. And I just stopped. Ooh. What are you putting down for flowers, Jess? Ooh, I can open that other spot. Yay. One. Three. Four. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. See, that's what I'm doing now is I'm stripping my land right now. I'm stripping it down to like nothing. I'm just gonna make sure I take what I can from it. And excuse me, I'm going to put one side with fish and the other with flowers, and then hopefully go from there. But I'm going to be setting up my fish farm. Didn't that turn around? Okay. Is it? Yeah, not that it matters. And I think right away I'm going to go up here because I will forget, especially. Yeah, see, that's what I did. I had a fish and flower farm. And I had the other farm as I have it set up, it's just crops and animals. Because they kind of accent one another, so they do help. Okay, put that mouse over there. Oh, now I'm broke. Yay me. Oh, no, I'm not so broke, but enough. See, now I open that whole side. So now all I have to do is, eventually that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to do this side, obviously last, but I'm going to have a couple million to do that, but no big deal. See, I'm not going to manually remove this down. I'm just going to spend the $2,500 to flatten it. And then, which is fine, then I'll have to finger these fields. I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. Let it go do its thing. Jess, I used to be a chocoholic, literally. chocoholic. That did not make me diabetic. That was in my genes somewhere. That was my doctor. My doctor used to tell me that, because I was a chocoholic. Oh God, was I? And that was obviously that to give up chocolate was for me, when I was first diagnosed with having diabetes and things like that. That was probably the hardest thing for me to give up was chocolate. Oh, oh yeah, it was the hardest thing for me to do. Yeah, you go to that, and then you obviously you go to that snack aisle, and oh my God, yeah. But I was a big chocoholic. I will run back and get it. Thank you. Ugh. And I will be very nice. It was kind of sort of a gradual thing that I did, giving up chocolates. You know what I mean? I mean, it was a very gradual thing till I don't know, I just gave it up. And then I think, because my favorite drink at the time, and it still is and always will be, was my Coca-Cola with a glass. And I mean, I don't like canned soda. Because it tastes different. If you ever notice, like when you're drinking a soda, if it's in a styrofoam cup and plastic and glass, they just taste different. So, but when they stopped making regular Coca-Cola in the glass, then I found a store that was selling Coca-Cola in a glass. I love my Coca-Cola in a glass with ice. Oh gosh, do I love that. So on occasions, and I did like those cute little 7-ounce soda cans of Coca-Cola. That was probably the only time, because it was a small 7-ounce can. I mean, how can you resist it, right? I did get into the Pop Tart kit. Oh, and I remember my endocrinologist. She handles my diabetes. It was so funny. She goes, "So, what do you have in the morning?" And I just I said, well, and at the time I liked drinking tea. So I said, well, I have my tea, or, my toast. I said, and I thought it was the funniest expression on her face. I said, or I'll have one Pop Tart. Now, we all know we get two in a package. Her eyes rolled in the back of her head. I goes, wait a second. I said one, not a package. I said one. Drew, I was just thinking, now that you're in Texas, Dr. Pepper isn't it the popular drink in your state? And what's the other thing? Dr. Pepper and sweet tea. Yeah. Diet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, I know about those things. Mr. Pibb. Never heard of that one. But I remember oh my gosh. When I was down in Texas, we didn't just buy like one small little thing. Oh, no, 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 no. He loved his Dr. Pepper. He did. Yeah. And that's actually where Dr. Pepper comes from, is Texas. Oh, let me ask you something. Um, now, first of all, okay, I have two questions. Are they closing the Alamo, or did they close the Alamo? And then the other question was, and I'm trying to remember which one was the right way. Um, wasn't it that when you went, wasn't it that when you went to the Alamo, you couldn't wear your hat inside or something like that? Yeah. Oh, good, 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 good. Yeah. I never went to see it. I wished I did, but I never did. But it was interesting because I remember the controversial issues people were having. Wow. Yeah. Well. Yeah. You went. Yeah. Well. Kinda. Kinda. Oh, please. Your highways are kinda big. What do you mean? Oh, wait. Um. Um. There was besides the Walmart Supercenter. Um. Oh gosh. Eberts. Eberts. They have two more big giant supermarkets, and I'm trying to think. Eberts? No, Heberts. I can't think of the name of it. Oh, Winn Dixie's. Oh, see, now you're making me think about Whataburger. I loved Whataburger. Whataburger. HEB's, yes, HEB. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 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 yeah. I know it's a sin, but I did love going to Whataburger. First time my brother took me there, oh my lord, it was great. I mean, they were good. Yeah, it is. HEB, yeah. I used to love going there. And you know, it was interesting, man. They had some stuff in that store that I'm like, what is this? What is that? You know, in their vegetable and fruit area. I mean, they had it. Oh, Whataburgers. Oh, God, I loved Whataburgers. Oh, yeah. Whataburger. Oh, man. You know, you know something, you're right, because there's a couple of them I've noticed around up here. And I'm like, dang, because yeah, wow. And I also remember too, like in they have and it came here too, years ago, Krispy Kreme donuts or something like that. Yeah, they guess they didn't do too well. Everybody likes their Dunkin' Donuts, and I'm not a Dunkin' Donuts fan at all. Good Bucky's is a national treasure. Yeah. with the word donut on the building. Oh, God. I must have missed that one somehow. No, I'm not going to harvest those peanuts. I'm just going to wipe it now. I got everything done. Okay, so not bad. At least I have a little bit of grapes. Eh? Really? I think, yeah, because when I was down there a few years back, actually, maybe over 5 years ago, I did not see a Dunkin' Donuts. Did not. And then I think at the time the closest one was Dallas, probably, because it's Dallas. That's probably why. Okay, now because I don't have to flatten anything but that one thing. So now I'm going to flatten that land. And I usually tell people don't flatten one plot at a time. Wait till you have a bunch. But see, this is the last plot that I have to flatten, and that's it for now until I open up the other side. But Harvey. Okay. Yeah, it definitely does. It saves big time. But okay, no. Oh, and by the way, in case you're flattening your farm and somebody is on your farm while you go to town to flatten it and it says something is blocking, it's because the person's on your farm. So you need to have them follow you into town. That way you can flatten it. Other than that, I think the other one works the same way. Well, that's what I did. I mean, on all my farms, I flattened it. But then, when I'm ready to decorate and do things with my farm, that's when and then I decide to raise or lower the land. That's what I'm going to do because I've done that in the past, and it comes out pretty cool. But what I want to try to do is get my crops and stuff down, and then work with that. You know, that's what I want to do. Okay. Now, I think all that stuff is done. Okay, now I'm going to go back to my farm and, okay, so now I'm going to stand here because that area is flattened and that area I'm not going to worry about. Um, I'm going to go here because I know roughly that's my centerpiece. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go here. Um, Watch what I do after that, though. Settings, my farm. Amen. Okay. Farm. I'm going to go down here, recycle. And of course, you have to. Now, here, I'm going to show you a couple of little things. Keep quick travel points. I'm going to hit no. Okay, and you do get a little bit of money back, but I want the quick travels returned. Keep add-ons. Now, this is where it gets a little, questionable because, like, one of my friends, and I didn't even know this was here because this was kind of sort of new at the time. She says, "Oh, keep add-ons," and it says, when enabled, such as sprinkles, glow sticks will not be recycled, and other little doodads that you put down, right? Well, I, for one, don't want to have my sprinkles kept, but if you say yes, look at the drop that you get. but I put no. So that means I get everything back at 100%. Okay? So it says recycle all farms have the most important things, recovering all money spent from placing them. Use with caution. So absolutely. So now I'm going to hit it and I will get all of this back. Okay? So now I'm going to hit recycle and it's going to say long press. Watch this. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, now I have a clean farm. See that? And you remember all that crap that was, up there on the top? It's all gone. It's gone. Now, one of the things that I want to do is this. I'm going to go to this guy up here. Yep. I'm going to change the terrain. Now, here's the thing when you want to change the terrain, because as you know, there was some white spots and some other ones, okay? If I want to change the terrain, I can change it automatically all green. Okay, that's the standard one that you usually see. But I'm going to change it to this, and it really looks good. So, and then you could, and actually, when you change it to whatever color you want, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can say, ooh, you want the sand, desert looking kind. But I'm going to choose to gravel. And the gravel really looks good at night, especially it helps you see things a lot better. So it's going to cost me $619,000 to do the entire field. Well, with the exception of what's blocked off. Just bear that in mind. So I'm going to hit yes. And presto. The whole field is completely black. See that? And see the difference? Okay. Now, what I'm doing is, and these are houses, see, so that's why when it said, do you want to get rid of this? No, I don't. So I'm gonna put this house, wait a minute, wait. Okay. I'm gonna put this building. I'm gonna put it over here for now, kind of sort of next to it, kind of sort of. Turn it around a little bit. But I want to show you something because I know some of you people go, well, where's the center? And it's really easy to find your center. See, I purposely left the guest book here because I know that's a center, but it really depends on what you want to have as your center. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to find your center. I'm going to place my fish on the left side. And maybe not because of that. We'll see. Well, no, you know what? I'm going to place it over here. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to find your center. And it's really easy. I'm going to start down here on the bottom. And this is going to take me like 5 minutes to do. Now, when it says center, okay, I mean, there is a center of the map. But when it says center, you also want to know how much crops you want to, lay it down. So basically what I'm going to do is, I know that 387 is what I've put on all the other on all the other farms for the map, because I do know that when I let's say I was doing crops here, which I'm not going to do, but I know you'll see it. The cheapest crop to lay down, even if you did trees, it doesn't matter. You pick your apples or you can do your lettuce. Okay, I'm going to put down 387, but I'm going to show you some. Oops. Oh, I got to pick one. Oh, pick one. Okay, I'm going to do lettuce. Lettuce is cheap. Because, see, all I'm doing right now is I'm laying down the like the foundation as to where I'm going to put my center. That's the difference. So right now I'm going to lay down on this side 387. I'm not going to do the fish the same way, but you'll see what I'm talking about. Because my flowers are going to be on this side and my fish are going to be on the other side. So we're good with that. This is not going to be like with crops and animals. It's just going to be flowers and fish. Okay. You only get 5 types of poinsettias. But during Christmas, you will get another type poinsettia, except the drawback with that is it does not drop the same thing that the poinsettias do. You get daisies from those. Those are called marbled poinsettias. They only drop daisies. But hey, I've had it. Um, I might be getting close to 387. Let me see. Okay, 333. I hope. Okay. 333. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so now it's 387 to be exact. Okay, now the reason for that is this. It means that I can perfectly go up and down this whole lane and basically from that point, from the very top corner down to here, I can perfectly put my sprinklers in without it overlapping into the wall. And what I say by overlapping, like here's a sprinkler, for example, because I've had it happen way too many times. So a lot of times, like you'll have a sprinkler and it's going into the other land that you're never going to use. So I try to keep it, to where I want it to be. So whereas it's 387, I'm going to do. I'm going to do 387. I'm going to do 396. Okay? Because I do know that what's in here is going to be it's going to be what I need it to be. And so I'm going to go that route. Now, see, I can't do that up top in that top corner. That's what's going to drive me absolutely crazy. And no, I don't have any gas pumps up yet. Whoa, hello, Acer. How you doing? Or Vincent, how you doing? Okay. See, and I'm going to show you how I lay down my fish. And there's going to be quite a few of them, so we'll see. I'll show you what I'm doing. Okay. And again, I have to do this side with lettuce. This is how I get it started. I do it, okay, oh no, this is going to screw me up. So 396, right? So it should be, I don't know. I don't know. But by the time I get over there, I'll know. Because it's going to hit that other building. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. Yes. Yeah, that is definitely the best way. I mean, because, I cleared out everything with obviously the exception of this here because I have to open these plots up. And, and I'm not going to, I'm going to wait a little bit to open those plots. I mean, for the obvious reason, I have now 100,000 diamonds. But we'll make that back once I set this up. I mean, we're not going to make it back fast, but we will make it back. We will make those diamonds back. I mean, if you... Oh, I know it's going to be. Wait a minute. Let me see something. I know I'm going to be one step away. 390. 396. Let me see something. 396. I'm just going to pull up my little calculator here. 396 times 2. 792. Okay, so 792 is what I should hopefully have eventually. Okay. Oh, 768. Okay. I think that's going to be it right there. 786 and 6. Okay, so it's got to be 6. Yep. Okay. So what I can do is now see, because there's a road here and a road here, and what I'm going to have in between these two, which I'm gonna leave this alone only because, for the time being, you know, I want to have a road going up and down, and also places to put your gas pumps and things like that. But you still have a pretty wide gap. I mean, you could go one more step and do 400. It doesn't matter, and then you would have 800. It really doesn't matter. See, as long as I have that road in between, I'm good. Okay. Okay. Ooh, get over there. This is such a painful thing. Okay. So, now that I got 792, I think it goes up to technically 401 or something like that when you do the 396 and stuff. But for right now, I'm gonna just leave it be. Yeah. I'm just gonna let it be. But and no, I'm not gonna water them. And that's another little tip, just to give you an FYI. If you go into your settings, and especially if you're starting out new in your farms, because you're probably saying, why aren't you watering them? I will not water my plants. I just don't do it. Sorry, but I won't do it. And even if I'm on somebody else's farm, I won't do it. I just won't. Farm settings, no. Okay, here we go for settings, and it's under game. See, it's under settings. You go to game. You go over here, and it says, you know, you got your language, lock cursor, help message, restore, prioritize add-ons, as I told you before. Leave that as no. Leave that one as no. The one thing that I have nothing, and the reason why I have it as nothing, because especially if you're first starting out, it's not a whole lot. No, it's not. But it's just the idea that when you are watering, it's also using a little bit of gas, just a teensy bit. So, I won't water them. I just won't. Okay, so it looks as though cha-ching is ready. Come on, get done. 3 minutes. Are you serious? Okay, let's speed it up. I think I can still water them if I do this. Yes. But it does. It's slightly uses your gas when he's doing that. Like a scrub. Yeah, but you know something very seriously, Drew? When you're doing when you're harvesting and everything, right, or watering it, because, obviously if you're an auto, basically let me see, it will harvest, water, no, harvest, replant, water, okay? So sort of have a look at your gas pump when it's watering, and you'll see it slightly moves. It just slightly moves. So don't worry about it. It's like I'm not telling you, but it's because like if you're doing, and you probably won't be doing big fields for a long time, but I kind of started doing that thing early on. I'm like, because I'm looking at the thing and I'm like, you know something? Forget about it. I don't even water my plants, my flowers rather. Excuse me. I don't do that. Okay. And I did have a count as to how many flowers was. I wrote all this down too. And I did it on purpose because I wanted to just, say, oh, okay, you get these many flowers and you get this many fish. Yeah, it does, but I just don't. I don't. I just I will only do it literally, by the way, just for specific flowers. Um, but I know what you're saying because I know she probably has have billions. Okay, so um, let's see. I am at. Wait a minute. I know this is going to be off. 792. So if I did 792. Okay, I'll have to figure it out this way. Is that side done yet? Nope. Go figure. Okay. So without watering them, I want to take these out because I want to make that gap in the middle smaller. But fish, it's not going to matter. Honestly, it's not. The only way it's going to matter is because you do, well, I do fish differently, and I know a lot of other people do the same thing to get those lines going. Yeah, well, look at, I've got 2.7, 2.2 billion, okay? I'm going to be broke before you know it. Trust you me. Especially when it comes to flowers. But because that area is clear, I'm going to do my flowers over there. And I, I think I'm going to hit up this one here because the fish farm won't be so bad. I'm telling you, Jess, I'm going to be broke before you know it. You think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. Okay. Now, what do I got now? I'm telling you, it's 396. And say, so that would be 399 with 3. I think it's 402. 90 million, nice. Okay, so I'm going to move this over here a little bit. Okay. So now that it says that I'm at okay. 396. I want to get it down to 402. Okay. I have to make sure that that's right, but if it's not, oh well. So 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna just leave it like that because I know my flowers are gonna go here. This I'm going to start my fish. And you'll see. Doing the fish is really easy once once you get your fish all opened up, it's really easy to do. I'm just deciding whether I want to go with, how many, oops. Okay. Come on. I hate doing this. So the only time you can do that with the X is when you want to do them all is you just hit X a couple of times and it'll take them all out. Okay, so this is going to be different. It's going to be, okay, see how I'm over here? Okay. You only have, and I know I've said it a bazillion times, you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then you have 11 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, if you want to set up a reasonably decent fish farm, and what you gotta, what I've done, and it works, you never have to mess around with it ever again, is basically you make your lines of fish, but then whereas I only have 9, but I'm gonna be short 6 because of the 15. I'm going to put an extra 6 down. And the best fish to use, I feel, is going to be your white sardines. Why? Because it's 2 seasons like the rest of these. These are all 2-season fish with the exception of a couple. I mean, if you want to go with the 3 seasons, by all means. One gives you just slightly a little bit more yield as far as gold is concerned than the other. But I'm going to do the white sardine, but I'm going to do that last but not least. So the first fish I'm going to do is this one here. When I should have marked it, but I did not. But that's okay. But this is how I've done mine. And I don't know if I want to do... I think I had 250. We'll see. I'm going to do 200. How far is that? Ooh, 62. Yeah, I got a ways to go. Oop. Okay. So if you notice, I've got them in rows of 2s instead of 3s. It's a lot easier to set it up this way than do your 3. It's a lot easier. And I will show you how to do your workers. It's just really that simple to do. And you can get away with using 4 workers, at most 5. Let me see. Am I at 200? Oh, 150. Okay. Okay. And don't worry about the space that you will have in between. Just don't worry about it. No. A fence? Nope. So, okay. This year it... Oh, you stupid. 6. Oops. And 10. Now see that? Now I have 200 of those fish. Okay? But a fence doesn't take a space, because what I'm doing is here is I will do it eventually. Ooh, come here. Okay. See what I do is here, I'm going to take that divider and go all the way down. But a fence doesn't take space. You can put a fence, or you can put like that little wooden divider that takes one diamond. And actually, if you don't like, I mean, 'cause I just use the cheap little one diamond ones because it doesn't use a lot of your diamonds, and it works. It keeps the other fish separated from the others. Because I mean, even though yes, I could probably put them together, and you can do it however you want, but I keep the separator right there and go that route. Oh yeah, you go right past it. Yeah, it's not a hindrance at all. I mean, you could do it with your crops, you can do it with your animals, you can do it with anything you want. But yeah, like a fence, you have to jump over it, of course. But with these here, the dividers like that, I mean, it's there. The only thing you got to kind of bear in mind is you got to make sure that there's those two spots, which there is. So you go on up and you make another divider for your next set of fish. That's all you have to do. Yep, it's still one click, and I'll show you that too, how that works. Because the thing is, because like I said, I have the 200 fish, so if you block them off, I mean, it's going to take you a couple of minutes just to take your tractor and go right over them, and you're good. But now, if you have a smaller farm, because we also called it the mini fish farm, um, you can do like 72. You can do 100. It again, it's at your discretion. It's however you want to do it. If you want to do 36, do 36. But if you want to expand your fish, then if you have the room, do it. But that's how we do it. The trees, the same thing. I don't put the oops. I don't put the standard. See, like I can block it off over there like that. You see what I'm saying? You can block it all off, because again, all you're doing is see. I'm jumping over it. And when I do my trees, instead of oh, I will show you something. Here we go. I'll show you something real simple. Real simple, like, let's just do a bamboo. I'll show you what I'm talking about. You know how, like, you got your standard 3, right? If you have, even if I started it at the wall, like this, okay, you can do 2 instead of 3. And the same rule applies as long as you have 2 here, okay, and let's say you go all the way down, then you start back up again to the top where you put your first set of trees, same thing. You don't have to do the whole full 9. You can do 2, and that's what I do. I just do with trees. I do the standard 2. And again, you can pick up whatever color you want to do. It's however you want to set it up. But see, I know now that, like, within these here, the bars, you can do 200, set it and forget it. But if you do, let's say, for example, 36, or you could do 50. You know what I'm saying? Just try to keep it at an even number of whatever you want. Obviously, if you do 51, you're going to have one sticking out. So just keep it even numbered. That's it. It's simple. And I mean, and also too, when you're doing this here, I'll show you, because like I said, I had all 4 workers doing all my fish, and I never had to touch them, never. And of course, so my fish farms are now elsewhere. I'm not going to put any fish canneries here because I have plenty of them on another place. Okay, so I'm setting this up here. So, because what I want to do is I want to have 15 rows But when I get to the bigger one, that's where it's going to be a little more strange. But we'll see. I'll show you the final fish I put down. I'm going to put a big size of them, a big chunk. Well, yeah, you could, but don't forget, try to put stuff down that's going to help you earn that money. But again, money is easy to get. It truly is. I mean, gold, you can make gold very easily. Um, you can make gold very easily, and I know people hate doing them, but you can make gold very easily just by harvesting your trees because guess what? They're ready every season. Um, and your flowers, your fish. So, I mean, there's a lot of really good ways to make money. You know, don't let anyone say, oh, it's difficult to make gold. No, it's not. It's pretty easy to make gold. The hardest thing is making your diamonds and your ribbons. That's a fact. And that's why when I say to you is, don't go wahoo crazy. But look around at your shops and see what's available. I mean, if you're just now getting sheep, um, you have your arts and craft shop, and if you are definitely able to get spices, that's where your restaurant comes in. He gives you ribbons. So it's just a matter of just having a little patience and kind of figuring out where you want what to go and things like that. I mean it's not an overnight thing, but it's like a slow and gradual thing, but you'll get there. I mean, no question about it. Um, I have a little baby farm that I play privately, and I try to do different things to see, well, how can I earn more with this? It's the same process. I mean, it really is. Though I have that other farm it's in bad shape. I've got to open it up. It's really sad. But see, this helps me too. See how I got those dividing lines? And it's and by the time you're done adding your fish to it, it's going to look really good. But again, if you don't use these, then don't use them. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, diamond so you can open it up, yeah. Like I probably need another bazillion diamonds again. But I will get that back in a couple days. I will get that back because obviously, I have my other farms. But if you haven't opened up your second farm, make your very first farm the one that's going to be productive so that you can move on to opening up your second farm. I highly would not recommend that what you do is go back and forth. Go, oh, I got diamonds, I can open up my second farm. I think when you open your second farm, it's going to cost you a million, not million diamonds, I'm sorry. It's just going to cost you, it's going to cost you, I think it's a million or something like that. But the thing is I think it's gold, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's ribbons. You'd have to take a look and see. But when you get on the actual farm, if you remember how your first farm looked like, it was just a little bit of pasture of whatever. Well, bear in mind, um, when it's a little patch, guys, you have to use diamonds to open it all up again, just like this one. Yep. And your third farm, fourth, and fifth farm is gonna do the same thing to you. So, you know, I will admit to this. When when I was able to open up my second farm, I planted things that were going to help me with, especially ribbons. So I did do the. Let me see. I did do the three main trees. Yep, they sure did. They sure did. And then top it off with, right, Drew? It'll say Your farm has to be level 87 or 83, or you know what I'm saying? It tells you in order for you to, like, you might have the diamonds to open it. Well, now it's going to say to you, oh, by the way, your farm needs to be level 91. Yeah. Yeah. So when I was able to open up my second farm a little bit, um, the things that I did put in there the first time was crops for for ribbons, and I put some trees down because I needed them for the factories. And the biggest mistake I made at the time and was, okay, you know how you first get your jam stalls? Well, I got my jam stall just like you guys probably did. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Jess, I know it's not. By the way, and all of you should know this. Hopefully, that let's say, for example, whether you have enough to make me get favor or whatever, I can take my favor, okay, and go to your town, only your town, and go in rather than cash in and give you a boost, to get boost for your farm. I can cash in and get you ribbons. I can get you gold, and I can get you diamonds, and that goes to your farm. Just FYI. Yeah, you have to go through that. You have to go through all that crap again, right? Yeah, I mean, if somebody needs that, if there's somebody needs ribbons or something like that, I'd be more than happy. I give them out all the time. I don't really care because I mean, I do get a lot of favor. And if somebody needs something, oh yeah, I'm happy to help them. It's not a big deal. Thank God we don't have to feed the fish, huh, Jess? You know what I'm saying? I kept thinking that they're probably gonna throw a wrench in there and say we need to feed the fish. You know what I'm saying? But I want to, and I want to show you something else too when it comes to the workers. If and when you can get one. That's why I don't, like I said, when I come here, I will never have to worry about my fish. That's why if I put the flowers on the other side, they're good. Oops. How many of these do I have? One, two, three, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I gotta put I gotta put down six more. But that's okay. But let me show you what a worker can do. And that's why I put them down. I'm gonna get me a worker here. What do I want? Oh, GBs. Pink. No. No. Okay. Now, see, I'm going to show you how this adjustment works. Keep it over here. And actually, I can put them here. It doesn't matter. But I'm going to do it this way so you get the idea of what I'm doing. Okay. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm going to take, he's got a width of, and I'm going to put him center corner actually. And he doesn't need to be a 9. He can be a 3. See that? So now, and I'm going to put corner because this is what happens. Corner. Okay. Wait a minute. There we go. Okay, I'm going to set him over here for a moment. Maybe I'm. Okay, so now I have to set. See, I have to go get him so he's over here. Okay. Where does he have to be? Okay, he has to be right here. And I'm going to pull him back a little bit. Because I'm going to show you something else. Okay, he's right there, right? I mean, you could put him as close to this as you want. Doesn't matter. But I'm not going to do that. Because I'm going to show you why. Okay, so basically, he's doing 17 by 17. And how you know that is, he's doing 18 the width, and he's doing a depth of 3, meaning 1, 2, 3. Okay, so his job will mainly be this right here. You know, just whatever fish appear in here, that's his job. Now, let's say, I don't want to do this, but I'll do it. Okay, now, just to keep the little guy busy, fish, he's only going to have one to play with. And I can put this anywhere I want. Okay, so I'm going to space it out. And see, it fits right in that little spot right there. And what he's going to do is he's just going to go over there and fill it. But be aware of this, guys. I'm going to walk up to it and press Y. I know I have a low amount of those fish. But here's the thing. He will fill it until it's full. So if you want to adjust this and think he's going to do it, no. So, I mean, that's just to kind of give you an FYI, you know. And if you think he's pulling too much, oh, come on, motion detected everywhere. Gosh, wait, what? Oh, my phone loves me. Okay. Yep. And see, and from here, by the way, these are the other things that can make you diamonds. Okay? Just an FYI. But I'm going to put the other fish in here just to kind of play the game of catch up. Well, by the way, Blaze, here's the thing. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but, and I know what you're saying because I've had to do this. Let's say, hypothetically, you know, you want to do them planting, fine, plant, water, harvest crops. By the way, harvest, water, and harvest. Here we go. Let's go to the animals. Let me show you something. Obviously, you know, do nothing. You want them to stand there and do nothing? Okay. That means you can just shut them off. But here's the scoop with the animals. You can feed and harvest them, or you can just harvest them. Take it upon yourself to feed them. You know what I'm saying? Because one of the things with the pink rabbits that they love to do, they love to feed them. Even when, you know, it's like, you know, you got ample amount of berries, and let's say you have 1,000 bunny rabbits, and they're well fed. Do you know? I was sitting there going, why are those farmers going out there? There's nothing to feed them. You know what I mean? But they go out there like idiots. But hey, who am I to say, right? They go out there like idiots. So that's why I basically shut them off unless you physically go over there and harvest them. Excuse me, feed them. Sorry. Because and I've had to do that on my main farm because until I got it to run better, I guess. But no, I shut that feature off when it came to my animals. All I did was harvest them. That's all I want you guys to do. I'll feed them. Don't worry about it. Because the little thing about feeding your animals. And when I lay them down and I put exactly these little wooden dividers there, okay, if you block them off from one another, even if it's like, like obviously the cows, they eat lettuce, right? And you've only got 6 types of cows. So even if you block them off, and let's say you only have enough to feed that, feed one, let's say one row of cows, just block them off. Just block them off. That's all you got to do. That's what I did. And what I mean by block them off is you just, take the wooden thing and you separate them, but you do not allow them to like eat the food that goes to the other cows. You want to separate them. But that's what I usually do. If I'm making a lot of food, then and I do now, but I think the hardest one was the garlic and of course the berries. Because I did. I sat there one day and I'm like, what are they doing? Because I'm seeing the workers just kind of run out, do whatever they're doing, go back in. Another one's running out. I said, what is he doing? He was feeding them. Your bunnies, in particular, like even the Easter bunnies, they eat 1.5 food or more. Oh, no, you don't. But you see how it's highlighted? Now, whenever those things are ready to, do their thing, then, okay, see, now I'm going to put them in order. But no, when they're ready to think, he's going to go out there and collect that fish. Yay me. Oh my God, this person's going to drive me crazy about this package. No, I'm not busy. I'm streaming. How's that? I know, really, They're impatiently waiting for a package through that Amazon says it'll be there by 10 o'clock, Like the kids, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Stop! I know, really. You know, especially, I will say this in all honesty. Yeah, don't hold your breath, especially I live in a nice mobile home park. I really do. But it's already happened. Thank God I recognized the door, which was my neighbor next door. And it was kind of late at night. It said, "Oh, your package was delivered." And they take them little snapshot pictures, and I'm like, "Oh God, it's over there, and I have to go over there." Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like my package was supposed to be here yesterday, and then they sent me a message that said, "Oh, there was like some kind of delay." So they said, "It's going to come tomorrow by 10 p.m." And that could be any time. Yeah. And if it doesn't come today, well, I don't know about Thanksgiving Day because, Okay, I'm going to sneak up. Do that. Yay, it's starting to take shape. No, I did not. Wait a minute. I didn't. Did. Okay. So now I've got to do my sardine. Oh, yeah, they're going to be working. UPS, FedEx. Oh, yeah. I swear to God, there was this guy that delivered a package, was it last week? And I briefly got to see the truck. And I looked over as it was driving by away, and I'm sitting there going, wait a second. That's a U-Haul truck. What the hell are they doing with a U-Haul truck? But it was a U-Haul. But hey, God bless them. Okay, so now I can look straight across the board and say, okay, there's, just so I don't mess anything up, I got 200, 200, 200, 200. See? Now, I'm going to pick this one here to be the final one to go down. So we got these going. And see, look at that. Doesn't that look so pretty? Oh, God. That's a quested one, too. But now, again, don't go cuckoo crazy, you know, and, I mean, you could do this on your first farm. You could, but I wouldn't. I mean, but the way you could do it is a mini farm. Like I said, you could do like 50. So, and you'll still be good. You know what I'm saying? You'll still be good. And what I mean by 50, obviously, is you do the row of 50 fish, and you'll be fine. I did. I remember Maya helping me with my mini fish farm. She goes, "You want to do 72?" I said, "I don't care." I mean, it was like, who knew, right? Okay. So now, here's where it's going to get tricky. I'm going to put down these here. These are the white sardines, and they're the ones that I haven't put down yet, but now I'm going to put 200. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the full 9. But now bear in mind that I'm going to need 6 rows to equal it to be the 15. Wow, those are quested too. Dang. Come on, Mr. Fisher guy. Yeah, because when, let's say, because like I remember I said to Ace, I goes, yeah, I said, you know, because I put down a lot of fish things. Oh my God, did I? And I started deleting them. What a waste. But the reason why I deleted them was because it just wasn't generating enough of these type fish to do the fish machines. And yes, the white sardines are the only ones that I am at this time. I decided to figure out, you know, well, what I could do is I could, you know, go that route. The diminishing fish returns for fish. You know, I think it was just an effect on it being, I mean, you get the same amount of fish no matter what. What it is it's the XP. That's really what it is. It's the XP. You're going to get a little less XP. And I think it might even be a teeny little bit of less gold. But see, in the long run, seriously, in the long run, when you, if it's the route that you go, see, it just depends on how you want to do that. I mean, if you do the 36, you know, and break them off like this, then you'll be fine. But I rely heavily on the fish canneries. That's what I do. I rely heavily on that, Will. Yeah. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, I don't really think I want to block those off. But now But now I have to do 1, 2, where's my, no, I'm not going to do it in orange, I'll do it in blue. Yeah. I mean, because, you know, honestly, it didn't bother me if they decided to do that. You know what I mean? Like, um, I don't know. I just use my canneries, and I'm good with that. And believe you me, I got a ton of them. So I mean, and there's my inventory. I can get 11,000, 23,000, and 23,000. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I have a lot of fish. So yeah, nine one. Oops. Wait a minute. Wait. One, two, two, two. Whoops. Yeah, three. Yeah, you see how I got this guy here? Now, see, he's going to be able to do, all the way straight across the board. And it's probably because it's the opposite side. I'm so used to doing the other side. But you see what I'm saying? I have it width at 18. His depth is 3 because, that. And then position corner. If you do center, obviously it's going to be centered. And then you have to move it around a little bit. But I just put corner to corner. But he's at least going to do these straight across the board without a problem. And it doesn't extend into the other land. Now, this is my fish canning machine, and right now it's only level 1. But see, he'll be able to take care of the fisheries right here. But I have plenty of fisheries on my other land, so I'm not going to worry about it. He'll just stand there and, look cute and adorable. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. This is 4. Uh, the boost. Under the picture, not your farm level. It does both. Because you got to look at it from this way. When you're harvesting and you're boosting, okay, um, you know, like let's say for example, I'm doing my flowers or something. Actually, it doesn't matter. But if I'm on my farm, it will double what I'm going to get XP wise and everything else. But it also gets your land too. It does. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got to do one more. Oh God, it's gonna be a big one. Okay, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 9 and 6 is 15. Now here's what I do to compensate the 15 that I need for that second row of fish. Okay. And I have to stay within this boundary right here. So before I go any further to the next group of fish, okay. And you can pick up the whole row just by doing that. The whole entire row. When you move it or delete it. Okay? And the way you do that again, I'm going to show you, is you hit down twice. Or if you're deleting it, you hit X twice. Yeah, I know. But you know what? I've done this so many times now. It's like, yeah. I was going to say, Do you want to see your packages? It's like, are we there yet? Let me just do this. I'm going to pull this up. Okay, hang on. Let me just get my which. Actually, doing this part, seriously, it's just like it's. I don't know. I got such the hang of it now. Okay, health. Okay, here we go. Track package. This is out for delivery. Yeah, where is it? View order details. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, shit. You're arriving between 5 and 7. Woo. So now it could come anytime now. I don't want to tell them that. See details. Track. Get. Add text, right? Come on. So. It says your package is going to be here anytime between 5 and 7. Now, I know you're going to see a big gap, but the reason why you're going to see a big gap is because, what? Okay. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Me. Yeah. Okay. I will let you know. Oh, my God.
Hey,
Okay, hey. That was a little sore. But hey. Hey, listen, guys. Just think. You won't have to do it to my farm.
no more coffee.
There is coffee. It's just cold. I have to go to the store later, right? Okay. So now. There is coffee. I can tell you where to look. Okay, so now I'm going to take these out. Now you see how we have these little bit remaining fish left over? I'm going to take these back. Now here is the white sardines, and I told you that the white sardines are kind of the. I mean, it's whichever one works for you. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get $4.97, or you can do the $4.82. It doesn't matter. The difference between the two really is one's a 2-season, the other one's a 3-season. I did. I drank my coffee. I did. So now what am I doing here? I'm doing the white sardines. Thank you very much. This will be the equivalent to getting the 16 fish that I. Wait. I don't want to screw this up. Oh, God. I know you're going to see a big, giant drop of these fish. But that big, giant drop that I did of these fish will be, like I said, the equivalent of 16 fish, 16 species of fish that I've got to put down. But the beauty of it is that they are, whatchamacallit. Yeah, so, you know. Look at that whopping 17 XP I'm getting. Wow. So, I mean, you get the best of both worlds, right? Look at this guy. He's hanging out. Oh, see? Buddy, go over there and collect some fish before you. Oh, maybe he can't. Maybe he can't. I don't know. And see, now I can put them down as wide as I want because they're all going to be the same fish. he gonna? He's just gonna go over there. See, if he's moving, he's only going to that cannery, and like I said, he will load that fish thing up at his own thing, and I don't care because, well, because I have pretty good amount of fish for now. And yeah. And I think he will do those when it's, I think when winter hits, that's when he's gonna do his thing. So Will, what level is your farm? Um, well, for me, I like it because when it's dark or in nighttime, it's really good on the eyes, especially when you're laying your flowers out. Oh wow! Congratulations, Will. That's really cool. 459. Yeah, a lot of people like you're saying. I've noticed use it because even when you've like if you just test it out with the flowers and stuff, it's really nice. It's not half bad, especially with flowers. But I like the black. I think it's nice. I mean, it doesn't really, I think it kind of accents a lot of things. I mean, the green, green is green, but and look at that. There's a break. I see it. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. That's a break. I love it. Okay, so to fix that break, because it's what? Okay, so the break started when it was 999, right? Okay, so I can fix it. Yep. Yep. Um, if you ever played Farm Together, the first one, you'll feel my pain, right? I'm not kidding. When I was playing Farm Together, that happened. But it was like a little break. And I swear to God, I was like, you know, I was like, oh my God, I broke my game or something. I didn't know what the heck I did. I didn't realize, there was a limit. And that's what that means, people. It means there's a limit, okay? But to unbreak the break, hopefully, if I can do it, I think I have to do it at 9. But it's all good. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, this is. I mean, I did. I broke. I thought I broke it, but obviously I did not. But I went crazy saying to myself, "Oh Jesus, I broke the game," and I felt like such a noob because I did. I really thought I broke the game, but I didn't. And I was doing everything you could possibly do to fix it, and it just Then I realized with the Farm Together one, oh, come on, there we go, there we go. I love it how she kind of gets lopsided a little bit. But now the break should gradually go away eventually. Hopefully. If it doesn't, well. But it'll probably mean that I have to put the lines in, which is not a big deal, if I have to put the lines in. But there is another thing and you can do the same break, by the way, with your animals. But there is one that's kind of a subtle break. It's not really a break, but it's something that I can kind of show you. Oh, that does. It drives me cuckoo to see that break in there. But yeah, I did. I went absolutely crazy on Farm Together. I'm like, oh my God, I broke my game. I broke my game. Okay, so now that's 99. Now see, it's gonna get a little better because once I drop it down and they're blocked off from one another, it should be, hopefully, pray. Because you know I ain't picking up all them fish again and re-putting them down again with these lines. Absolutely will not do that. I think on Farm Together was like 99. I think it was. But there was no penalty if you had like 1,000. There was no penalty. It was just that if you had a worker out there, he would not be able to fish for those fish because there was that break. Okay, 1, 2. Why does it do that? Okay. I hate when it does that. Now see? Oh, it's gonna make me do the whole thing, ain't it? Oh, don't make me take these back up. Oh, it's okay. I don't really care. He's gonna be able to fix it. Well, if it happens with your cows, depending on how many you put in there, you know what else causes that break? If you stop. When you're laying them down, you see how, like, obviously we have these fish, they're settled, they're separated. Um, and I know you're going to hate hearing this, but what literally fixes that is if you have, like, the below the certain amount, if you have below that certain amount, what fixes it is you have to pick them all up and sell them because then you have to block them off. Yeah, yeah, you got to pick them all up and sell them because it did that to me a lot. And I'm like, oh man. But then the little trick to that is even though they go in the red, because fish don't eat anything. So, um, what fixes that problem is block them off completely. So even though you have this 6 row of cows, pigs, chickens, whatever, you got to block them off completely and then put down the amount of, let's say, 99 or 200. Yeah, put them down because that's exactly what fixes it. Because you see how the fish are kind of like moving, but yeah, that's what fixes it. Oops. Oh, it didn't do that. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Why am I stuck here? I'm stuck in the water. I got stuck. Sometimes that'll happen, people, when you're putting things down. Well, that looks just lovely, doesn't it? With all those lines being like that. It looks lovely. I might have to take those fish out, which I'm not going to do right at this moment, but I know that that's going to be plenty. But it's going to show up like crazy now. I don't care. I'm not going to look at it. Oh, are you doing his, whatchamacallit there, the lettuce? Yeah. And see how fast that lettuce, you get your favor up pretty quick. I think it was yesterday I was doing his tree farm. It's still going to look like crap. See that? Oh, well. And the thing is, the only ones that are touching each other are these. I'll fix it later. It's weird. It says 1,400 sardines. And 200 Pacific. Yeah, see, 200. I don't know if it's the quest or what, but he's going to be harvesting these pretty soon. Jeebus. Yep. Well, Vince, I told you, in your shops. I mean, I don't. I mean, if you, um, see, you got to kind of pick and choose. Like, okay, so I'm gonna go. Yeah, yeah. No, it didn't fix it, but that's okay. I don't care. My poor kitty cat. He's like, "Mommy, feed me." He's worse than a kid. I'm telling you. Okay. Where's my other worker? Because I'm sticking workers as I go along too. Because pink, blue, brown. Okay, so we know you're over here. I have to. Oh no, you don't. Okay, so I'm gonna set you up. You're gonna do 18 by 3 and corner. Oh, I gotta put them this way. I knew it. I know they're gonna be too close. I didn't see how far down I gotta go. Okay, so, and they overlap, so I should have to go 2 more? 1, 2, hopefully. Actually, I can go as far as 3, and I'll show you why. Wait a minute, why? Okay. Okay, so I have a little opening here, but he still harvests from the whole entire thing of fish there. Okay. So I'm going to go back over here. And this guy here is harvesting there. So the only thing I have to worry about is this guy here, and I can pull him over 1. And the reason why I can pull him over 1 is he's not doing, he only has to do the one thing to pull. See? Again, you're going to see like a little blank spot here. So what? He's still pulling from that. And this guy, the same thing. Oh, okay. He's pulling from that. So you see? So it kind of makes it a little even. Oh, they were all wearing their little Halloween costumes still. I better dress them up, huh? Okay, now I'm going to... And it's going to look like crap, and I don't care right now. I mean, I could go back and just delete all these fish and re-put them, but I want them to do that quest. And, then I'll be happy with that. But I'm just curious about something, because that break is non-existent. It doesn't exist, so I'm just curious what he's going to do. I'm curious. We'll know in 17 seconds. So in that process, we are going to put down, I'm going to do blue, green, pink, purple, red. Interesting. Okay. Oh, and it's because I put them down. Okay, never mind. I put them down at different times, so that is going to explain it. Okay, that would make sense. See, so now I know that looks screwed up there, and I'm not going to worry about it, because I can always go back and just fix it. Because those are low-level fish, so, And I just want you guys to know that the reason why that happened is because I exceeded the amount of 999 down there, and I probably should have known that, but I did not. I was just wanting to put all those fish down to make it even, so that way at least I know that I have like the 15 rows. Even though it's like one big giant-sized fish, I put down the 15 rows. So I'm not going to worry about that. And I probably got another 20 minutes for my stream to end. Then I can maybe go get some food, whatever that is. Just kidding. See, I won't get any break here because what I'm doing is I'm simply just putting the 15 rows of what I need and, go from there. And the other thing I'll let you know, too, is I'll show you is that, let's say hypothetically, you go with a low amount of fish of, let's say, 36, 50, however you want. But just kind of be aware that that you can split them up. Yeah, I probably will do that. I'll probably just move them out and just put them back. Makes sense. But see, yeah, like when that happens, because it has, oh my gosh. But let's say you're newly putting animals down and stuff like that, even if it's like all chickens, all pigs, it doesn't matter. Block them off from side to side. Okay? And yep, they're going to turn red because, they're going to have like the little red X's. But that's okay. You're fine. Oops, well, it doesn't matter. I can figure it out from there. But basically, when you are doing that, hopefully I can go all the way down, because if not, then I'll have to go across, which I think I probably will be doing. I'm trying to measure it from when I had my other farm set up with my fish. Okay. And I don't have any gas pumps down yet. Nope. Let me see. That's right, too. I just recently put those down, so. But you see how I have that blocked? Completely blocked. You could do the same. If you did the same thing, let's say, for example, you put your cows down, okay, um, but you don't have enough lettuce. You know what? Don't worry about it. If you have these blocked like this with your animals down, okay, and you're putting your cows down, you won't have that problem. As long as you're continuously just moving, then you're fine. You know, because for the let's say you don't have enough crops, it doesn't matter what crop it is that feeds that animal. But if you do not have enough crops to feed that animal per se, then what you got, then what you block them off. Like I said, if it turns red X, don't worry about it because let's say you fed your first row of cows, but then boof, you go, oh my gosh, I ran out of lettuce. So you know what you do? You just block them off because if you leave that end open, you know, just one that kind of connects to the cows. So whatever the first row of cows gets, your second set's going to get those until it dwindles down to zero, and that's when you're going to have that problem. But if you do a really fast, like if you do a really slow transition, as far as your cows are concerned, or chickens, or whatever, you shouldn't have any problems. Just like if you do a nonstop, oh, okay, I know I've got to put this many cows down. Just keep going until you reach that maximum amount of however you want. You know how many you want to do. See, because I won't have that problem with putting these next row of fish down. I won't have a problem at all. Those up there I will, but I'll have to just move them, and I'm good. Look at that. Cat Tinkerbell's cherry tomatoes. Yeah, give me that quest. Pacific Sardinella. Which one? Oh, they're up there by the machine. Okay. This poor guy, he's just hanging out waiting for his fish. Well, you keep waiting, buddy. You be doing good. But like these, I have to say these wood separators are really good because again they cost you 1 diamond, and even so, if you don't, I mean, if you don't want to use them and you want to get rid of them, you'll get that diamond back. You'll get them all back. Not a half a diamond, you get the full diamonds. So when you're using separators and stuff like that, there's this one here and there's the fence. The fence, yeah, you have to jump over. But these you don't. He does get paid either way. Let me tell you something, Will. I will leave my farm open and go to bed, wake up, the first thing I do is I go to town or I'm in town. And I go over to the farm people to pay them 100. Uh, I haven't seen it gone more than that. Thank God. But I've had to pay 100 ribbons. Yeah, I've had to pay 100. I enjoy the 1 diamond deal. Hey, I'll take it. You know, I think it's a lovely thing that we have 1 diamond deals. I try to, and some people make jokes about it, and I don't care. Joke all you want. I don't care. Um, but I try to keep in mind that, there are other things that I might want to get using more than a couple, diamonds. I mean, I look at Drew. He's got his little girl, and she wants to decorate and make things look cute and adorable like she is. And you know something? God bless her because, you know, can you imagine if she came to my farm? Oh, Lord, she'd be having herself a holiday. She'd like be dead. What's going on? Believe you me, I've had my niece and my nephew, like, And it's so funny because she was about, I think she was about 3, because he's 4 or 5 years older than her. So yeah, she was just having herself a wonderful time. Well, thank you, Drew. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. And whenever she's ready, by the way, she can come see the horses. Really? You have a great Thanksgiving with your kids, really. You know, have a great have a great meal, and God bless. And I will keep you in my prayers for you and your family. But yes, absolutely, have a beautiful Thanksgiving. Really, you don't have any decorations, Will? Wow, I want to see that. I gotta see that one. Well, no. Well, like right now, there's no decorations here, but let me think. Uh, uh, Thank you, Drew. You got me thinking. On my first farm, what do I got? Jeeves. Okay, hey, my first farm is animals and crops, right? I have to think about this. Oh, that hurts my brain to even think about it. Um, oh, wait, no, wait. Okay, you know what? Before I converted this, because this farm here, I wiped it completely. I did have a truck. I did. I will admit that. I did have a truck. Uh, I, oh wait, and on my other farm that was the fish farm that is now the lettuce farm, I did put a couple of swings up there. So I have to be honest about that. I had a couple of swings. Yeah. But I will admit, when I had Farm Together one up, and I was completely done with, putting my crops and everything on that one tiny little map on this. It's actually the same size as this map. It's not little, teeny tiny. But I will admit this: when I um, was kind of completely done, and I bought all those bundles, I literally did. I bought them all, and obviously, I put the houses in one little area that I got from all the bundles and all the other little odds and ends. I did. I have to say I I have my little gnomes in different areas where the truck was and things like that. Like it was like a little. I called it like my little gnome town. Where the gnomes were. And let me see. They had tents and the fire thingies, fire pits kind of thing. And oh my gosh. I know if everybody had farmed together, the circus, hello people, I know you remember that. Um, because we had the Ferris wheel, we had all kinds of goodies. Yeah. So, yeah. Because, like, with the tents and everything else, I put like spooky trees up because we only got a very few of those, which I was a little disappointed in, but it is what it is. But it did work for me. It did. But I did decorate a lot, I have to say. But I didn't decorate until I was fully finished with that farm. Until I knew you know, where I wanted my trees to be, my animals to be, everything. I did not, it's almost like, yes, I had the houses, and I think what I did was like most people did. I crammed those houses somewhere and put your stoves and all that sort of stuff in there. But that's it. I didn't even, but then I did decorate inside the house. So, yeah, I'm guilty of that, man. And they don't have the same decorations here like they did from Farm Together, but that's okay. I'm good. Okay, let me go up here. Wow, I am really surprised and shocked that I haven't run out of gas yet. Not that I want to, but I'm infamously known for the person that runs out of gas all the time. And I do not have one single gas pump on my farm right now. Well, on this one I don't. Okay, so we're gonna get this guy working because now here's my second set of 15s. Yeah. Okay, salmon. I think. See, I try to keep the, even though it doesn't really matter. But like, okay, so we obviously got a ton of those, a ton of those. So now I'm gonna do my salmon. There won't be no break. They should not be. There better not be, but there shouldn't be. It looks so crazy up there. Yeah, actually, I well, before I recycled this, actually, I don't think I had anything in there. Any of the houses, I did not. No, I just, you know what? I basically just put them there. And even don't even ask me why, but I did. Um, but see, obviously the houses are right there, but I haven't really done. I haven't done anything. So pretty sad. Okay, salmon, crimson salmon. Yeah, see, there's no break in there now. There won't be. But if you if you test this black asphalt with your flowers and stuff, I mean, I don't know, you can see them better. Oh, is he able to? Yeah, see that? Come on, get them fish. Yay! 82, nice. They don't level up really fast, those fish. Oh, my little buddy, don't worry. I'll have stuff for you to do. Okay, crimson, trout, Floridian salmon. So far, I still got money. Yay me. It's when I get to the flowers, I'm going to be going, wow, I used to have a bunch of money. Yeah. See, um, and I'm going to give a lot of credit to Maya. Um, she's one of our team members. Um, she created a really beautiful farm for me in the very beginning of when I came back to play and stream. She did a really, really beautiful farm. She's very creative and decorative, and I'm not that creative and decorative, but she did a really beautiful job. And as a matter of fact, on one of my streams, I do show it because it just came out beautiful. It really did. I was like almost in tears when she did that. I was like, oh Lord, it was what she did. She did a great job. Okay, so I'm gonna let me see. Those are trout, right? And you know what? I'm gonna do the blowfish. Why not? Then I'll do the trout. Doesn't matter. So you have your fifth farm open? God bless you. I would suggest to leave that porch light on, even though it goes on and off.
Yeah.
I would suggest to leave it on because like the last time they delivered it to next door, so
Yeah.
I would leave that light on so at least they see the light physically on.
Okay.
But I would highly recommend that.
Nothing yet on like being delivered yet. Huh?
No, and I can't even follow it. I try to look and see if I could follow it, and it just, didn't pick
Yeah,
up.
I've been seeing fucking delivery trucks going by. But
Well, yeah, and you will. Okay, I like the blue one. I actually like that blue fish. He's pretty. But see, look at that. It's starting to take shape, except for that little crappy area that I screwed up on. But that's okay. Like you said, I can move them. Really? That's nice. So, so what do you have? Like, do you have like flowers and things like that on the other farms? Like, do you have anything like main put on there? Like, for crops and trees and things like that? Nice. Whoa, you have 3 million. Oh. Don't worry, I won't go to your farm and spend all your money. No. That's always been a funny thing for me. I when I used to play Farm Together, um, all my actually even with Farm Together too. I had a friend of mine. He like you, even he's playing Farm Together too, and he says, he was saying, "Hey, I got the diamonds." I'm like, okay, he had 10 million diamonds. I mean, excuse me, 10 million gold, and he did have diamonds and stuff, but he was just like newly setting up his farm. So, he gave me the go ahead, do whatever you want, whatever needs to get put down because I'm arranging his flowers and things. Yeah. So, I turned around, I went to his farm, and obviously I brought his gold down to like between 2 and 3 mil. And he went, I did have 10 million. I said, I know. I said, so when you get 10 million again, let me know. He's a really good friend. Okay, so we did salmon. I think we didn't do trout. Okay, trout. Yep, trout. Well, Will, this farm here originally was going to be, and I'm sure you probably can see that. But you know what I did? There's not a lot of things quest wise that, um, yeah. See, there's not a lot of things quest wise crops that we grow. So what I decided to do was, and I made a little bit of money. It doesn't hurt, and also you can level them up, and it will help you in questing wise. Because once in a while they will pop up. If you look at your crops, for example, there are crops that take over 2 days, and so basically what I did was I kind of sort of turned this farm into a area where what I thought, why not? Because I'm not going to have something that's going to take all of that time to just you know take forever in a day per se. And I did water them. So we're talking. Let me see. Let me show you. Let me see. Sort by a descendant. So we're talking like baby blue pumpkins, and oh my gosh, the Brussels sprouts. But you see what I'm saying? So what I turned around and did was I was converting this farm into something that will grow stuff that takes. I went down as far as 10 hours. That's what I did. I went as far as 10 hours. Oh, I gotta go back to my fish. And what fish was this? Coral. Okay, because I don't want to put the wrong one down. Okay, so basically that's what I did. I kind of set up this farm here before I recycled it to just grow long-term crops. It was basically set it, forget it, I'm done. Yes. Wait a minute, you should have horses too because those are over 2 days. Because I have my horses, that we got, the 6 horses. And then on the same farm, I put trees because some of them I am prestiging. I put the trees up, and then I have, and on like on the left side, I have trees. Yeah, and then on the right side, I have poinsettias. Yeah, yeah, that's what I did. But I put the horses down in the corner, and because I figure, hey, it's taken all this time. Yeah, yes, I did. I put them right down. And again, Will, I prestige my apples to 5. And when I did that, um, really, you don't have the. Wait, but you should have the horses, but you didn't put them down? Ooh, how did you get away with that? If they asked for a request? Because the donkeys are what, a day and a day over, a little bit over a day. Really? Wow. Wow. Yep, I got the donkeys and I got I got everything that you can have. The only drawback is I gotta make sure I get them all. Two, 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 two. Okay, two, 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 and none. So these are the sea bream. Okay, sea bream. So I'll do the reds. I know I gotta put more lines up. Oh, you don't do quests. I do them. I do those. I have to admit, I do them. I mean, that's how I get a lot of ribbons too. I get a lot of ribbons, and I get a lot of XP. I do the ones from the town. I don't like doing your plain. Like give me they pop up. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I knock out those 4 as soon as possible, just to kind of move on, and then um, do another set. But it does help immensely when I, especially with ribbons. Yeah. Singer. Oh, there is that other fish. I get a kick out of the name. I wonder if that's a real name. I haven't even bothered looking. This actually came out better than I expected. But it's interesting that they're not harvesting. Oops. Oh, they're not harvesting those fish. And I know why, because they see it, still sees it as a break. So yeah, I definitely have to move them. I'll move those later on. I just want to get these ones down, and then I'll do my flowers later on tonight. But now my time is up, people. I love you dearly. My lurkers, I love you all for sure. And I really had a really fun day and an interesting day with all of you, for sure. I don't know for sure if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow because it is a holiday, and I know some of you still watch the streams and things like that. So I might be on for a little while in the morning, but I'm not exactly sure. Um, but I do thank you all for being here, and I want to say God bless. And you know, if you're gonna have your turkey meal, dinner, whatever, have a turkey sandwich, whatever, like me, maybe. I just want to say, I hope you have a nice day tomorrow. If not, just remember earlier we had our prayers and thoughts put out there for everybody that needs them, even for the kids. So, but thank you so very much for that interesting day. So you all take care, and keep it in mind. I hope you all have a blessed day today and definitely a blessed day tomorrow. I know some families, they can be overbearing. I get that. You know what? Just let it, just let it roll off your back. Just let it roll off your back, because that's all you can do. No yelling and screaming tomorrow. Just have your dinner if you're having dinner, and take a nap, and you'll be good to go. So take care, everyone. Love yous all.